A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. For just under 2 hours, Larry Noble has sat alone in an office in the Hollywood motion picture studio of Sam Marco, reading a manuscript in order to decide if he'll sign a contract to play in the picture. His first talk with Marco has left Larry angry and somewhat shaken. However, he kept remembering that it was Mary who secretly arranged, through their friend Tom Bryson, to have Larry come to Hollywood instead of staying at Mary's bedside in New York. For Mary is still in a hospital recovering from severe acid burns inflicted by Claudia Vincent after Mary had proved her guilty of the murder of Oliver Wilson. And Larry can't forget that it was Mary who finally made it possible for him to be acquitted of this murder. Finally, as he finishes reading, he closes the pages of the manuscript and goes into the next office. Sam Marco is sitting at his desk, a large and well-chewed cigar in his mouth, and he says,
"Well, Noble, did you finish?"
"Yes, Mr. Marco. I just finished it."
Good. Well, at least you're a man of your word. You said it would take 2 hours, and you've got over 10 minutes to spare. Sit down, Noble. Have a cigar.
No, thanks.
Well, sit down. Tell me, what do you think of the story? It has great possibilities, don't you think so?
It's a very good piece of writing.
What did I tell you? Material is what counts. You see now why I spoke as I did before giving you the manuscript. I want to be sure we have the right person for that big leading part.
Yes, of course.
And you think you can swing it?
I'm sure I can give a good performance.
I want something better than that, Noble. It's got to be outstanding. It's got to be a sensation. Something surpassing the imagination.
Well, I can't promise that, but I think you'll be satisfied, Mr. Marco.
I hope so. I never did sign on big names, particularly not Broadway names. Never believed in it. But after your friend Tom Bryson talked to me, I said, all right, I'll take a chance. And a man that can write plays like Bryson, well, you've got to listen, that's all. I think we're going to get together one of these days, maybe do one of his plays. Don't say anything, because it's not settled yet.
No, I won't say anything. When do you start production on this script, Mr. Marco?
No, we started already, Noble. We've had to hold up shooting of the big scene just because of waiting for you. Not that we wasted all that time, because we shot around you. But we can't afford to get behind anymore.
Well, if you're sure you want me to play this part, let's sign the contracts, and I'll be ready whenever you say.
If I'm sure? How can I be sure? I've never seen you act. Never saw you in a single picture. I want you to be sure. I want you not to be just satisfied, but enthusiastic. I want you to come into this picture with everything you've got.
I've already told you I'll give the part everything I can.
I don't know. You don't sound any too sure.
What do you want me to do, Mr. Marco? Jump up on your desk and throw my arms around? Do I have to throw a fit to prove my enthusiasm?
Well, now, that's better, Noble. I guess maybe you'll do after all. Yeah, sit right here. I'll phone the legal department for the contracts. Send Jake up right away with the contracts for Larry Noble.
And at this same time, back in New York, wealthy Rupert Barlow, who's been deeply infatuated with Mary Noble for many months, is back at the hospital where Mary is recuperating. But instead of going straight to Mary's room, we find Rupert consulting with Dr. Allen, who's in charge of Mary's case. And as they sit in a corner of the waiting room on Mary's floor, we hear...
I hope you'll understand my reasons for approaching you in this way, Dr. Allen. I realize that I'm not one of the family and therefore not entitled to discuss the details of Mrs. Noble's case. But at the same time, I think it is safe for me to tell you that I'm far more anxious to know just what may be expected when the patient recovers than possibly anyone else. What's more, I'm in a position to give whatever financial assistance may be necessary to assure her complete recovery.
Mr. Barlow, it is not customary to give out information to anyone outside the immediate family.
Oh, I understand that, Doctor. But I thought I made it clear that I'm a very close friend of Mrs. Noble's. It's not too much to suggest that I'm perhaps the person she thinks more of than anyone else in her life. Of course, that's a confidential matter.
I see.
I believe you know that her husband has left her at a crucial time like this to go to Hollywood in order to make a moving picture.
Why, yes, I understand he left several days ago.
Does it seem likely that a man who is utterly devoted to his wife, who has her best interests at heart, would leave her at such a time?
I'm afraid those matters are no concern of mine, Mr. Barlow. I'm doing everything I can to help Mrs. Noble recover from the severe burn she received.
Yes, well, what I want to know is this. To what extent do you expect her to recover?
From what I have observed of her condition, I believe she'll be almost unscarred when she's well again. Of course, it may be necessary to perform a few minor facial operations, but I don't anticipate the need for major surgery.
Then you think she'll look just the same? I mean to say, her face won't be disfigured by the burns?
There will certainly not be any disfiguring changes. As I said before, it may be necessary to perform a series of minor operations to remove scars, but I feel confident this can be accomplished without too much discomfort or time.
You don't know what a relief it is to hear you say that, Dr. Allen. It's taken a great weight off my mind. If you're quite sure, that is to say, reasonably sure.
Mrs. Noble has made a most remarkable recovery. In fact, I've been able to remove a good many layers of bandage so that she's able now to see. Of course, that will be a great comfort to her.
Oh, I'm sure it will. There's just one thing more, Dr. Allen.
Yes, Mr. Barlow?
About the matter of your fee.
Well, I don't believe that is anything I can discuss with you. Mr. Noble has given me full liberty to call in any outside specialist I may think advisable.
And I'm sure he means just that. On the other hand, Dr. Allen, I happen to know that Mr. Noble is at the present time in an extremely tight financial spot. My only reason for bringing this up is to assure you that I will make myself personally responsible for any fees that Mr. Noble is unable to meet.
I must say that's very kind of you, Mr. Barlow. It's impossible to say right now just what this treatment will amount to or whether I'll need a consultation, but...
Whatever you need to ensure Mrs. Noble's complete recovery, just remember that I pledge my full assistance. I want more than anything else to have Mrs. Noble come out of this terrible tragedy looking as lovely and as beautiful as she did before.
You may be sure I'm doing everything in my power to bring that about. Mrs. Noble is a splendid patient and has won the affection of everyone who is working on her case.
I'm sure of that. Now, thank you, Dr. Allen. If you don't mind, I'd like to visit the patient for a few minutes, if she's awake.
It's quite all right. Just speak to her nurse to make sure. You know the room?
Yes, and I've met the nurse. Thanks again, Doctor. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And a few short minutes later, we find Rupert Barlow sitting at Mary's bedside. And as Mary turns her head slightly, she says,
"Oh, isn't it wonderful, Rupert? Just think of it. I'm able to see for the first time in days. And you're practically the first person I've looked at."
You don't know how happy that makes me, Mary. And there's something else you ought to know.
What's that?
Dr. Allen believes you'll make a full recovery. He doesn't believe there'll be anything to show for this ghastly time.
Do you mean that, Rupert? How do you know?
Well, I happened to meet Dr. Allen outside, and I questioned him very closely. I can't tell you how happy I am for you.
Oh, Rupert, it's almost too good to believe. Dr. Allen did say that I was doing very well. And he removed a great part of the bandage from my face today. But he wouldn't let me look at myself in the mirror. And that gave me the rather awful feeling that he was just trying to cheer me up.
Oh, I'm sure that isn't the case, Mary, my dear. From now on, it's just a question of time. It must be terribly tiresome for you, my dear.
I don't mind. And I must send word to Larry right away.
Oh, do you think that's wise?
Well, why not? If Dr. Allen told
I
you
only
that...
meant under the circumstances. Why not wait until you're entirely certain? Then surprise Larry.
Well, perhaps I'd better be very sure. It would be too awful to build up Larry's hopes and have them dashed to pieces again. That would be worse than waiting until the final outcome.
Exactly. And from what you said about this picture contract, I guess he'll be kept very busy all the time.
Yes, I'm sure he will.
Have you heard from Larry since he got out there?
Oh, yes, I've had a telegram. He arrived safely, and he's very enthusiastic about the prospects. I take it he signed for the picture. And he agrees that it was the best thing he could possibly do.
Yes. It was certainly the bravest thing you could have done, my dear. I can't imagine anything more unselfish.
I don't want you to feel that way, Rupert.
No, it's no use trying to convince me, my angel. I know just how hard it must have been for you to suggest that your husband leave you here in this hospital, absolutely helpless, not knowing what your future would be. But never mind. It's time things worked out for you, too. And they will.
Yes. If only If only Dr. Allen meant what he said. If only I was sure.
I'm sure you'll be as lovely as ever, my dear. And I have another bit of news for you.
You have? What is it?
I've decided not to leave New York at the present time.
But, Rupert, you told me you were going to take a cruise to the Bahamas on Nassau.
Oh, all that can wait. Since I learned that you've been left here virtually alone, I've delegated myself a committee of one to keep you company. I hope you won't find me too unwelcome.
Mary Noble doesn't know what to answer to this, for she realizes that Rupert Barlow's attention will be most distasteful to Larry if he should hear about it. But at the same time, Mary does find the days long and the time drags. So perhaps Rupert may be a help to her. Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway stars.
Time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, under the direction of Al Lewis. Well, the weather's been pretty nice around Madison High School, where Our Miss Brooks teaches English. That is, up until last week. Then the gray clouds cascaded moisture, and the streets danced to the tune of Mother Nature's tears. It was as though some celestial goblet had overturned, caressing the earth with rivulets of heavenly champagne.
Or, as we say in my neighborhood, it was wetter than a drowned seal's mustache. The rain started Friday morning, and while I was at breakfast with my landlady, she made a piercingly accurate observation.
It's certainly coming down, isn't it?
It sure is, Mrs. Davis. Great weather for ducks.
I'll bet the farmers are glad, though.
Yeah, it should be good for the crops.
It'll keep the dust down, too.
It isn't the heat, it's the humidity. Now, how did that get in there?
Would you like another cup of coffee, Connie?
No, thanks. I have to get ready for school. Walter Denton's picking me up.
Oh, is your car in the shop again?
No, but I wouldn't dare drive in this wet weather with my tires in such poor condition.
What's wrong with your tires?
I only have 3. Oh, that's Walter now. I'll just be a minute, Walter. Will you help me into my rain clothes, Mrs. Davis?
Certainly, dear. Here's your yellow slicker right on this chair.
Thanks.
And your nice yellow rain hat. Now, you're all set.
How do I look, Mrs. Davis?
Simply divine, Connie. You look just like the trademark on a bottle of cod liver oil.
Well, don't stand there. Throw a halibut over my shoulder and I'm coming, Walter. So goodbye, Mrs. Davis.
Goodbye, Connie.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Walter. What do you think of this weather?
Boy, it's certainly coming down.
Sure is, Walter. Great weather for ducks.
I bet the farmers are glad, though.
Yeah, it should be good for the crops.
It'll keep the dust down, too.
Well, there goes all our dialogue for the trip to school. Now, if you help me open this car door, I'll... Walter, where's the top to your car?
In my garage. I always take it down in weather like this.
You do?
Yes, ma'am. It leaks.
Oh, well, that explains it. We wouldn't want to ride with a leaky top. Might get the rain all wet.
Get in, Miss Brooks. I've got this Turkish towel to throw over our heads.
Why spoil it? There's nothing like driving in an open convertible and listening to the pitter-patter of raindrops on your nose.
The towel isn't just for us, Miss Brooks. I've got to protect my electrical shop homework. Here, hold it, will you?
I don't want to seem nosy, Walter, but what is this contraption? It's got wires and tubes all over it.
Oh, that's my homework, Miss Brooks.
What are you studying? Frankenstein 1?
No, that's my project for shop. It's an SCR shortwave radio receiver.
A radio receiver? Where'd you get it?
I built it. That was my project. The electrical shop furnished most of the materials, and I did the rest.
Oh, that's wonderful. You kids who are going to school nowadays are certainly fortunate. Just think of it, building your own radios. When I went to school, all I built was an inferiority complex.
It wasn't so tough. Of course, I had to solder a lot of wires in back there, but it turned out pretty good.
What's this thing that's sticking out between the tubes that looks like a banana?
It's a banana. You see, Miss Brooks, I put my lunch in there to keep it dry.
I wish I could get in there. This Turkish towel is getting to be a Turkish bath. Why are you stopping, Walter?
I promised to pick up Harriet Conklin this morning, too. Look, there's our beloved principal standing next to the house. Good morning, Mr. Conklin. How do you like the rain?
I loathe it, Denton. Thank you.
What's wrong with a little rain?
Every time it rains, all manner of weird creatures are washed from their natural habitat under stones and come slithering into my driveway.
And good morning to you, Mr. Conklin.
Oh, Miss Brooks. Oh, for a moment there, I thought Denton had picked up a hitchhiking halibut fisherman. My daughter will be out in a moment, young man. Meanwhile, please remove that junk heap from my driveway. I'm expecting a furniture van at any moment.
Oh, what kind of furniture are you getting, Mr. Conklin?
It's custom-built Malacca bamboo. At long last, I'm realizing a dream of mine. To furnish our little glassed-in sleeping porch as a sort of tropical lanai. A place to which I can retreat from the rigors of my daily routine.
Oh, I don't know. I think bamboo furniture's kind of icky myself.
Oh, you do. And what is your opinion of it, Miss Brooks?
Well, sir,
I'm asking your opinion, Miss Brooks. What do you think of bamboo furniture?
Well, personally, I'm not too crazy about it.
When I want your opinion, I'll ask.
Hi, Daddy. Oh, good morning, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Harriet. Come on, get in.
So long, Daddy. Be sure to get the furniture in out of the rain.
I will, Harriet. Just to know it's coming makes me feel good all over. My own Shangri-La. Aloha, one and all.
Valley high and gesundheit.
Would you do me a favor, Miss Brooks? I don't have shop class till the afternoon, and I have biology this morning, so would you mind parking this radio in Mr. Boynton's lab for me?
But why should I go into Mr. Boynton's lab?
Well, because you've got 10 minutes before your class starts, and you always manage to sneak in.
All right, Walter. I'll do it for you as a favor.
Thanks, Miss Brooks. Here it is. Now, be careful of it now. I'll see you later.
Goodbye, Walter. Hello, Mr. Boynton. May I leave this radio for Walter Denton? It's his shop homework.
Oh, certainly, Miss Brooks. Just put it down on my table.
Thanks. He'll pick it up next period. There.
Say, that's quite a rain costume you've got on.
Oh, do you like it?
Yes, indeed. It's just the kind I want. I'll bet it makes a wonderful outfit for halibut fishing.
There's no use talking. I'll have to burn it. I hope I'm not keeping you from any work, Mr. Boynton.
Well,
Good. Then we can chat for a few minutes.
Oh, very well, Miss Brooks. Let's do that.
All right.
Okay.
Well, if it's checked around to me, I'll have to open. Where do you stand on rain, Mr. Boynton?
Rain? Well, by and large, I'd say that rain is quite beneficial to most forms of plant life.
You'll never be investigated for that remark. What I meant was, don't you think it's rather early in the year for such a cold, driving rain?
Not at all, Miss Brooks. Our climatic conditions are undergoing a slow but steady change. It's something of a meteorological phenomenon, but do you realize that at this very moment the equatorial belt is slipping slowly southward?
Well, I'll turn my back. You tighten it up.
What I'm trying to say is that the warm weather which we in the temperate zone have long enjoyed is moving further south every year. It's entirely possible that in the future our area may be engulfed in icy Arctic weather.
How far in the future?
Oh, possibly 10,000 years.
Good. I should be finished knitting my mittens by then. Unless I drop a stitch or two.
Come in.
Excuse me, Mr. Boynton, but I've got a message from Miss Brooks.
How did you happen to look for me here, Harriet?
You're kidding, of course. Daddy just called and said he'd be delayed with the furniture a while longer and asked me to monitor your class while you sit in his office till he gets here.
Well, congratulations, Miss Brooks.
What'd I do?
Well, this makes you acting principal of Madison.
That's right, Miss Brooks. I guess Daddy didn't realize what he was doing. Well, all you have to do is answer some phone calls.
If you'll excuse me, I've got to stop into the supply room for a moment. That is, with your permission, Miss Acting Principal.
Granted.
I'll just be a few minutes. See you later.
Isn't this Walter's radio, Miss Brooks?
Yes, it is.
It's a complicated-looking thing. Let's see if it works.
It's pretty close to our first class, Harriet.
Listen. Oh, this is swell reception.
What do you know? Guy Lombardo.
Neat arrangement, isn't it?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a special weather bulletin.
Oh, good. Maybe the rain's going to stop.
Attention, everyone. This is an important announcement. Local weather authorities have just notified us that the barometer is falling rapidly and a hurricane is approaching from the southwest.
Miss Brooks, did you hear that? A hurricane.
Reports indicate that winds measuring up to 150 miles per hour will strike this area within the hour. Please do not become panicky, but go immediately to places of safety.
Mr. Boynton said our climate was changing, but this is ridiculous.
Industries will secure all machinery in their plants, and schools will shut down at once.
Did you hear that, Miss Brooks?
Of course I heard it. I'm listening louder than you are.
I repeat.
Well, are you going to shut down the school?
I have no authority to do anything like that.
Well, of course you have. You're acting principal, aren't you?
But you know your father. He'll be furious if I take such a drastic step. I'd better call him.
Well, there's no time for that now. Everyone's in great danger.
Well, then we'd better ask Mr. Boynton's advice. Come on, Harriet. Mr. Boynton! Mr. Boynton!
We will stay on the air and bring you further reports and advice as the hurricane approaches. This is Dudley Hetherington speaking to you from station VUM, situated in the heart of downtown Bombay, India.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath. What a toothpaste. What a cleans your teeth. Colgate toothpaste cleans your breath. What a toothpaste. What a cleans your teeth.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best. More than 2 years' research showed the Colgate way of brushing teeth right after eating helped stop more decay for more people than ever before reported in dentifrice history. Yes, the Colgate way stopped tooth decay best. Better than any other home method of oral hygiene. No other toothpaste or powder, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. And you should know that Colgate, while not mentioned by name, was the only toothpaste used in the research on tooth decay recently reported in Reader's Digest. Yes, Colgate Dental Cream, and only Colgate Dental Cream, was used in this research. So always use Colgates to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath. What a toothpaste. What a cleans your teeth.
And the Colgate way stops tooth decay best.
Well, when Mr. Conklin put Miss Brooks in temporary charge of Madison High School, he had no idea what a crisis would arise in his absence. Not knowing it's from Bombay, Miss Brooks is taking the hurricane report she heard on Walter Denton's radio quite serious.
Hi, Say, Miss Brooks, did you put my radio in the biology lab?
Yes, I did, Walter. I also turned it on and heard a report from the local weather authorities that's got me in the tizzy, and I don't tiz easily.
What is it, more rain coming?
Oh, it's worse than that. There's a 150-mile hurricane approaching from the southwest.
Well, blow me down.
It will if we don't get out of here. I sent Harriet into her father's office to call him up at home, and I'm trying to locate Mr. Boynton.
Maybe I can help you.
Maybe you can. And when you find him, tell him about the hurricane and bring him to the principal's office at once.
It's no use, Miss Brooks. Our phone at home is still busy.
I guess your mother's doing her shopping on the phone on account of the rain.
No. Mother's spending the day with Aunt Bertha. Mother's her favorite sister, you know. And Mother's crazy about Aunt Bertha, too. I guess it's because she was an only child.
Your mother's sister was an only child, Gracie? Harriet?
Yes, ma'am. She was the only child until Mother was born. We haven't much more time, Miss Brooks. The radio says...
Here he is, Miss Brooks.
Now, what's all this about a hurricane?
It's true, Mr. Boynton. It came over the radio.
I heard it, too. The man said it was due to strike this vicinity in an hour.
What man said that, Harriet?
The announcer.
Oh, how do you know he meant this vicinity?
It's very simple, Mr. Boynton. He said he was quoting local weather authorities. Now, if I'm responsible for the students in this school, I'd better see that they all reach their homes before the storm hits.
You mean you're closing the school? Hot dog!
Miss Brooks, you can't do that.
She's got to.
Look, this is a very radical step to take. I don't know if I agree with such a procedure.
You seem to forget, Mr. Boynton, I'm acting principal of this institution.
Oh, my apologies, Miss Brooks. You're absolutely right. As principal, your authority exceeds mine in this matter. I await your command.
At ease. Smoke if you like. Walter, you tell the other teachers to dismiss their classes in an orderly fashion and caution them of the approaching storm.
Yes, sir, right away.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hurry, Walter. You have to drive us over to Daddy's when you come back. We can't reach him by phone, and he's got to be told what's happening.
Okay, Harriet.
It's kind of exciting, isn't it, Miss Brooks? We'll all go over together and...
All but me, Harriet. As acting principal of this great institution, I feel it's my duty to stay right here and go down with the school.
No. You're going right with us, Miss Brooks.
Well, of course you are. You've got to report to Daddy. We'll lock the house up tight and see that Oh, dear. What if the hurricane hits before we get to the house? What'll you do then, Miss Brooks?
What can I do? I'll let it blow and lash myself to Mr. Boynton.
Your dad doesn't mind our barging in on him like this, Harriet.
Well, it's an emergency, Mr. Boynton. He'll understand. Come on. He's probably in his lanai. Daddy, I'm home. That's funny. He isn't in here.
No, but the new furniture is. Get a load of this bamboo wilderness.
It's an odd-looking room, isn't it? How do you like it, Miss Brooks?
Now I know where old fishing poles go when they die.
I brought my radio along, Miss Brooks. It'll help while away the hours we have to stay holed up here. Hey, care to dance, Harriet?
Walter Denton, I'm surprised at you. How can you ask anyone to dance with a hurricane coming any minute?
Oh, I'm sorry. It was pretty silly, I guess.
It was positively inane. Care to dance, Mr. Boynton?
You better turn that thing off, Walter. I'm going into the next room and see if Daddy's there. That's his den.
I don't hear any growling.
Be sure and tell him we're here, will you, Harriet?
I hope he doesn't get angry because Miss Brooks shut down the school.
Why should he get angry? I merely did my duty.
Come on, let's all go in.
No, Harriet, you go in alone. He wouldn't hit a relative.
Well, I'll just be a minute. Hello, Daddy.
Harriet, what are you doing home? What's the meaning of this?
Now, take it easy, Daddy. Wait till I close this door.
Well, this will probably come as something of a shock to Mr. Conklin.
I wonder how he'll react to my closing down the school. Let's keep quiet and listen.
She shut down the school! Miss Brooks, how How could you possibly...
I'm here, too, Mr. Conklin. Hello.
Hello. Miss Brooks, how could you possibly do...
Hello, Mr. Conklin.
Hello. Miss Brooks, how could you possibly...
Hello, Mr. Conklin.
Hello! How could you shut down my school in the middle of the day?
But, sir, there's a hurricane coming. We heard it on the
That's
radio.
right, Mr. Conklin. Harriet told me all about it. There's a hurricane blowing in from...
Shut up!
Southwest.
I've never heard such a batch of unmitigated jabberwocky in all my days. How could a hurricane possibly get this far into the United States?
Smugglers?
Don't be impertinent, Miss Brooks. Boynton, you always seem to be a person of average intelligence. How could you allow this mad woman to shut down my school on a ridiculous assumption?
But it isn't an assumption, Mr. Conklin. Miss Brooks heard the warning on the radio.
So did I, Daddy.
And there's no time to waste if we're to get ready for it. Walter, go close all the windows.
Yes, ma'am.
Denton, come back here. This happens to be my domain. I'll give the orders here.
Yes, sir.
Go close all the windows. I just don't want the rain to ruin things. Hurricanes, indeed.
But, Mr. Conklin, we heard...
I don't want to hear any more about it. It's too late to call the students back to school, I suppose. But if anything like this ever happens again...
Please, Daddy. Miss Brooks, turn on the radio. Maybe there's another weather report coming on. That'll convince him.
Right, Harriet.
Heavy rain squalls and extreme turbulence. All citizens attention. The following precautionary measures are urged by local authorities for the protection of life and property during the approaching hurricane.
I said I don't want to hear any more about... Who said that?
Well, the man on the radio, Daddy. Listen.
Please follow these emergency measures to the letter. First, precautions against flying glass from wind-shattered windows. Board up all windows. I repeat, board up all windows.
Did you hear that? Well, don't stand around like a bunch of dummies. We've got to board up all the windows. Luckily, I've got my tool kit handy. I was going to saw some wood for the fireplace.
The most secure method of boarding up windows is by using bamboo shoots. I repeat, board up your windows with bamboo.
Bamboo?
Where in the world are we going to get bamboo?
Oh, no. Not my new furniture.
Well, this is an emergency, Mr. Conklin. You heard it yourself.
But I haven't even had time to sit in it yet.
Well, take a fast bounce on that couch and we'll start shopping.
Oh, no. One moment. Just let me sit down for one moment. Adieu, little couch.
Stand up on your feet, Mr. Conklin. Here's the toolbox, Mr. Boynton. Let's get started.
Oh, I hate to do this, sir, but you know the necessity.
I'll turn my back. I can't bear to watch it. Oh.
Would you like a bullet to bite on? Good work, Mr. Boynton. You sawed the coffee table right in half.
Things are bad enough, Miss Brooks. We don't need a commentator.
I'll give you a hand to the couch, Mr. Boynton. Pass me the axe.
I've got all the windows shut and Holy cow, the hurricane's already hit.
We're cutting this bamboo to board up the windows, Walter.
Gosh, I've been missing all the fun. Hand me that axe and stand aside.
Never mind that, Walter. Take this bamboo strip I've tacked together and nail it up against that window.
Oh, yes, sir. Give me the hammer and a nail, Harriet, please. Here, Walter.
Judas Priest! What was that?
Don't look now, Mr. Conklin, but you can pick flowers without opening your window.
Quiet, everybody. Some more instructions are coming over the air.
Be sure to shut off all water pipes and lash down your ox carts.
stars must be scarcer than we think.
Instruction number 3. Attention, everyone. Disperse all natives to the hills. I repeat, after cautioning them to tie down the thatched roofs on their straw huts, disperse all natives to the hills.
What natives?
Good question.
And now, your last official instruction. Before you repair to your storm cellars, be sure to tether your elephants carefully. Remember, tether your elephants carefully.
Quick, there's not a minute to lose. I've got to get outside and tether my elephant. Elephant? Mr. Boynton, did that man say elephant?
I thought he did, Mr. Conklin.
But who keeps elephants?
Ever hear of taboo?
This concludes our station broadcast until after the hurricane has passed. Good luck to you all from your friendly station, VUM, situated in the heart of downtown Bombay, India.
Bombay?
India?
Well, that's a good one. The joke is certainly on us. We've been worried about a storm that's 5,000 miles away.
Oh, can you imagine that? 5,000 miles. Oh, this is a scream.
Yes, it's a panic. Imagine closing down an entire high school and wrecking a room full of furniture because of a report on some idiot's homemade radio telling of a hurricane 5,000 miles away!
Your high blood pressure.
Your concern for my blood pressure is touching, Miss Brooks. But I'd rather you concern yourself with what I'm to do about these slivers of bamboo that you've left me with.
Please, Mr. Conklin, you can make a fortune with those slivers.
A fortune? How?
When the flying saucers land, you can clean up selling bamboo canes to those little men.
Returns in just a moment, but first, dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. Tonight? Yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives you Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Better than a soap, better than a liquid, Luster Cream is a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair 3 ways lovelier, fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight? Yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl, you owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo. And now, once again, here is Eve Arden.
If you are concerned about the threat of communism, you should know this fact. The Crusade for Freedom, an organization headed by General Lucius Clay, needs your financial and moral assistance in the support of Radio Free Europe. This is a private radio station now working to bring to communist-dominated European countries the voices of their exiled leaders. Help Radio Free Europe by joining the Crusade for Freedom in your town.
This is Vern Smith reminding you to tune in next week to another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo, the soft, glamorous, caressable hair, and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton is played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, and Dan Tobin. Doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Yes, 36 leading skin specialists proved in tests on 1,285 different women that Palmolive soap facials, using nothing but Palmolive, brought new complexion beauty to 2 women out of 3. Just wash your face 3 times daily with Palmolive soap, each time for 60 seconds, massaging Palmolive's beauty lather onto your skin. Then rinse and pat dry. So start your Palmolive facials today. Remember, doctors prove Palmolive soap can bring you a lovelier complexion in 14 days. Be sure to hear Mr. and Mrs. North every Tuesday night on this same network. And
now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Cigarette program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette program, Red Skelton.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Kay Kaiser's wife, Georgia, just had a little baby. I'm going over to the hospital and taking a present, you know. A baseball bat.
A baseball bat? It's a beautiful little girl.
I know. When she grows up and goes to Hollywood High, she'll need it. Well, Rod, tonight's the last night.
Yes, Red, the last show of the season.
Yeah.
Why don't you stay on the air during the heat of the summer?
Why? The other shows don't.
Well, I know, but they don't leave the audiences as cold as you do.
Hey, tell me, what do you really think of my acting?
Well, really, Red, words fail me.
Yeah, truthfully now.
So I'll use letters.
Yeah?
P.U.
You proud of that, ain't you? You'll wind up as head boy on Ben Rubin's Barracuda Bard.
Well, what are you going to do tonight after the show?
Well, I'm going to hit you in the head with a club first. No, after I thank Art Burley, our engineer, and Jack Robson and Fred Cole, our sound effect men, Mr. Keith McLeod, our producer, is putting Bob Dwan, the NBC producer, and Ralph Forney, our official photographer, in the car.
You're going to have a big party, huh?
Yes, I got a pint of bourbon and 12 thimbles. We're going to whoop it up tonight. Yeah, I'm going to miss the old gang around here, you know.
Well, you probably miss arguing with our NBC censors.
Yeah, those guys. Today they made us take out a blank sheet of paper, see, out of the script. They says the bare page was a little too suggestive.
What, are you taking a trip this summer?
Not in that jalopy of mine, no, sir. Boy, that car's so old I went down to the license bureau and I had to get it upper and lower plate, you know. Afraid to drive, I am.
Well, the highways are a little overcrowded.
Yeah, little crowded. Hey, I ran out of gas in Hollywood and didn't know it until I got to San Diego.
Well, here, Red, I have a little going-away present for you, some sunglasses.
Sunglasses? Mm-hmm. Do I thank you here as soon as I find... Oh, yes, thanks a lot. They'll come in handy if I leave California, won't they? Say, what are you planning on doing this summer, Rod?
Well, I'm going to take a lot of exercises.
You better, boy. You're getting so many double chins, you look like you're peeking over a Venetian blind. Well, back to the funny stuff now. know how to keep thin? Ride horses, get up every morning at 5:30 and run and dive in a cold swimming pool or a cold lake. Ice cold, though, you know.
You do that?
No, I just read what's written here. Well, enough of that stuff that earns us our bread and butter. Let's hear about the stuff that gives us our meat and potatoes now.
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Scientific tests of America's 6 biggest-selling brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 distinguished doctors, including throat specialists, have proved conclusively. No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, so no other is safer to smoke. Raleighs are right. Right for taste, right for throat. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, so no other is safer to smoke than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now Anita Ellis sings Should I Tell You I Love You, Cole Porter's latest hit from the Broadway production, Round the World.
Should I tell you I love you? Should I say how much I do? Should I tell you how of you? I dream away all the day through. Should I tell you what paradise together our life would be? Should I tell you I love you, or wait till you tell me? Should I tell you what paradise together our life would be? Should I tell you I love you, or wait till you tell me? Or wait till
Tonight, the story from the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire is entitled Vacation Time and Mad NBC Producers. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, don't worry, there's a game law to protect you. Chapter 140 is entitled Working During the Vacation. This is the story of Clem Cadiddlehopper, the country lad, who's working through the summer months at a filling station, replacing a gas pump. Well, here I Everybody's going on a vacation. I wish I had a trade so I'd know what kind of a job I was vacationing from. here all right. These ice skates don't work so well now here. There's a filling station. They got a sign out over there. Man, W-A-N-T-E-D. Wanted. Think I'll go over and see what they went with him. What do you know? They got a woman attendant there.
Well, howdy, Clem.
Well, Sarah, do. Howdy doody to you. Say, nice overalls you're wearing. Who greases them for you?
Oh, I know I'm a mess.
Yep.
You just have to excuse my appearance.
It's all right.
Oh, but you look good.
Yeah.
And I like your tie.
Oh, thanks. I got another one just like it.
Well, why did you buy two alike?
I didn't. I split a red sock.
See you walking lately.
Yep.
Where's your old car?
Oh, here, there, everywhere, you know.
Well, what do you mean here, there, and everywhere?
Truck hit it. Parked on the wrong side of a hill, you know.
Oh, Clem, what do you have a head for?
To sit on my backbone, it keeps my vertebrae from flying all over the place. Must be fun working here at this filling station.
Well, Clem, why don't you ask for a job here? Because they need a man.
Well, I really didn't come in for that, see. I only wanted to use the air hose. Need a little air in my head. It's getting flat on top, you know.
Well, it's over there.
Okay. There. Now, if you got a bucket of water, I can stick my head in to test it for leaks.
Clem, you're a moron.
And it's getting so it's nothing to be proud of. There's so many of us now, you know. Say, how much does this job here pay?
Well, you work on a percentage.
Thought you worked on automobiles.
Clem, don't you know what percentage means?
No.
It means the more you work, the more you make.
I'm sorry, I couldn't work that cheap. Well, you can tell your boss I've taken the job. Here comes that old bull Roos, that stingy old guy. When he hiccups, it sounds like this.
Howdy.
Say, what can I sell you?
Nothing. Just stick that empty gas nozzle into the tank.
Now what?
Squeeze.
There.
Thanks a lot. That'll take me into the next station.
Well, in case you don't make it, call me and I'll give you a push. Right in your big fat face.
Clem, did you say you knew something about mechanics?
Yes, I do.
Well, then see if you can fix that sedan. The motor won't start.
All right. Oh, see what's wrong with her here. Let's see. Loose hubcaps. Oh, here comes your customer. Here comes your customer.
Cover up.
Yes, sir.
Hey, don't put the gas in the radiator. You dizzy dames are all alike.
Well, I should hope so.
Come on now, move out of the way, babes.
I wish you wouldn't talk to me like that.
And me, too.
What did you say, conehead? I can't argue with him in a hurry. Come on, sister, snap into it.
Now, wait a minute. You can't talk to a woman like that.
No, then put up your fist and fight like a man.
I'd rather put my ears up and run like a rabbit.
Come on, put up your fist.
All right, I'll just roll up my sleeve, and then... There. Now I'll get up and roll my sleeve down again. You'll kindly step off of my chest there.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, mister.
Well, I'm in a hurry. Now get busy and get this car lubrication and fill it with gas and oil.
Wouldn't do that if there's a man around, I'll tell you that.
Okay, mister, if you insist, drive it upon the rack there.
There she is. She's on the right.
Press that black button, Clem, and take her up.
The black one?
Mm-hmm.
The black. Let's see. That would be the dark one, wouldn't it? Anybody got long arms?
Well, you got the car up too high, Clem. Now let it down.
Oh.
Press the red button, but easy.
But this man's in a hurry, he says. Mm-hmm. Hello? Munch's used car lot? Can you use a squatty Buick?
Now, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Leon Henderson, famous Washington economist, says, quote,
I smoke cigars and pipes, too, but when I smoke cigarettes, I smoke Raleighs. I've seen the reports. Medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Thus, no other is safer to smoke.
And you're right, Leon Henderson. Those tests were based on a method used by the United States government. So enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that more satisfying Raleigh flavor. And remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. So, no other is safer to smoke than the smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
David Forster and his orchestra play Espana Coney. Chapter 141 is entitled Going Away. There's nothing like a vacation with children along, and they're no bother at all, especially if they're like Junior, the mean widow kid.
Junior, what are you up to?
Up to the living room. The rest of the house is wrecked by now.
What are you doing to the cat?
I'm putting putting him up on this pedestal here.
But that's for the goldfish bowl.
I know, but the goldfish bowl is empty and the cat ain't.
Junior, did you have anything to do with the cat eating the goldfish?
Do you think I did?
I most certainly do.
Oh, you positive?
Yes, I'm positive.
Medical science can use you. I'm sorry, that ain't in here.
Come on. Let's get on with our packing.
Hey, how come we going to go away, huh?
Your grandfather's got a 3-week vacation, and we're going to take a trip. We'll pick him up downtown.
Oh, where's we going?
We're going to Yellowstone National Park, Glacier National Park, and then over into Canada.
Well, does I get to go along, or is this going to be a pleasure trip?
Of course, it's going to be a wonderful trip.
Oh, good. You're going to drive?
Yes.
In our own car?
Yes.
Packed up full of groceries and stuff? Bags? Thousands and thousands of miles we'll travel, huh?
Yes.
Let's fly. It's quicker.
Oh, Junior, you love Glacier Park.
Yeah.
Wild animals roaming around.
Competition, huh? Well, you know what I'm going to do? And I'm going to feed a bear. I'm going to real live bear. I'm going to feed him.
No.
No?
That's something I want to warn you about
But
right
no.
now.
Right.
You can't feed the bear.
Right.
Because when all you have to give them is gone, they'll bite you.
Oh, no, not me, boy. I'll walk right up to the old bear, and I'll show him my teeth, you know. And I'll stand right there and let him charge me. And if he comes at me on his hind legs, with his mouth open, and his big sharp teeth and his fangs ready to bite me, I can... Oh, no!
What's the matter?
I just remembered I ain't got a gun.
He scared himself.
Yes, I scared myself.
The bears won't get you.
Yes, they will do, the bears.
Bless his little heart.
Yeah, bless his little heart.
Why, if a bear should bite you, I'll shoot him.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have to do that, you know. If the bear bites me in a couple of hours, he'll die from natural causes, you know.
Well, let's hurry and get Cat. Oh,
Yeah.
go over and ask Mr. Fowler if we can borrow a suitcase.
Okay, I'll call him Gene this time, huh?
Well, Junior, hello.
Ah, shut up. Is you alone, Fatso?
Yes, but I can get help quick. What are you up to?
We're going on a trip with us.
No.
Yes, we're going to see the national parks, and I hear that they got mountains up there almost as big as you is. Lardy.
Junior, there's something about you I like.
You mean that I'm not your kid, huh? But, look, Fatso, my grandma wants to borrow a suitcase, one that's big enough to hold me portable booby traps, you know.
Well, I'll get you one.
Might want to move a mountain or something. This is mighty neighborly of you, you know.
Well, how long are you going to be gone?
Oh, about 3 weeks, I guess.
Oh, 3 weeks.
Yes.
Well, here's a suitcase.
Yeah. Say, it sure is a big one, you know. You don't know anybody around here would like to pick up a nickel, do you? To carry it for me? You don't have to.
Oh, I'll help you.
All right. Oh, look, here comes Mr. Bullmine.
Well, Junior, how are you?
Yeah,
Well, what have you got the grip for, Fowler? Going away? Oh, nothing like a vacation does you good. New atmosphere, new people. Where are you going?
Over to get this suitcase to Vernon.
Vernon?
Yeah, we're going on a trip. We're going through Wyoming, Montana, every place but Utah. I've been there, you see.
And you don't want to go again?
Hmm?
You don't want to go again?
They won't let me in.
Ah, but Montana, that's Mother Nature's country.
Yeah, when I get up there, she'll sell the place cheap, believe me. We're going to be going the whole summer, you know.
Well, I had sort of looked forward to taking you fishing into the ball game. Did you say 3 weeks?
Now stop acting like an old
Don't
dame.
you yell at me, blubber boy.
Now, you fellas is too much like gentlemen to be fighting now. Of course, there's nothing to stop one of you from hiring me to kick the other guy in the chins, you know.
Well, it won't seem the same around here without you, Junior.
Oh, Mr. Beaumont, before I forget and I goes away, I got something I got to confess to you.
Oh, what is it?
You remember when you were sleeping under the tree and a bird's egg rolled out of the nest?
Yeah, and splattered all over me?
Yeah. Well, don't you think that duck egg was a little large for a hummingbird's nest? Yes, I do it, I guess. Well, I sure going to miss you, big fellas, I
Well,
guess.
we're going to miss you, too. Yes, exactly.
Will you really?
Yes.
Hey, I got an idea. Now, maybe it will work if you really going to miss
Is that you, Junior?
Yes, Mr. Fowler and Harry Beaumont's with me, too, Mr. Beaumont.
No, Oh, it was nice of you to lend us a suitcase.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Well, let's not stand here. Let's get packed. Where's the trunk for me stuff?
It's all packed.
Oh, packed?
Yeah.
Well, there's me tricycle, me sandbox, me baseball mitts, and so goodness, ain't you going to take nothing from me?
Why don't you stay here with me, Junior? I always wanted a little boy like you.
You must be nuts. Get this man to a hospital quick.
I mean it, Junior.
Why, you old reprobate, the nerve of you trying to move in. You know I've acted as sitter for Junior 5 times.
Yeah, show him your campaign weapons. Go ahead.
Will you send us a postcard, Junior?
Well, they cost a penny, you know. And so does liquids, you know.
Well, all the windows and doors are locked.
Yeah,
Oh, la, putty, hey, very bad. So did you go down here?
Well, we say goodbye now to you people.
Well, we're sure going to miss all of you.
Yeah, while I'm gone, you can be busy digging up all them landmines I laid, you know.
Oh, well, I want you both to know what it does one soul good to know that their neighbors miss them.
Now, don't start that stuff. Goodness, don't cry now. Get back to the hubbub stuff again. Hey, we're going to miss you, fellas. We're going to miss you all. Southern, that is. Oh, Mr. Beaumont, be careful when you go into your woodshed.
Why?
I planted a new booby trap in there on top of your hand.
Oh, Junior, you're kidding.
You just keep laughing, kiddo, that's all. But just don't stick your hand in any dark corner unless you want to leave it there, you know.
Well, I'll say goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Well, get in, Junior. What's the matter?
Well, I was just thinking about our poor lonely neighbors that don't have the car, you know. And they don't have anybody to visit. We acting like witch bugs, we is, you know. We got this big car and all that roof. And we're going to see all these pretty sights and stuff. And they got a table.
Oh, no, no. We have enough room to take them along, if it's all right with you.
It's all right. Shall I go get him?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Hey, Mr. Beaumont, Mr. Fowler, come on. You can go, too. Come on.
Oh, that's funny. They're all packed.
Yes, isn't that a coincidence?
This is really very neighborly of
Yes,
you.
it is.
Very kind.
We're glad to have you. Well, are we all ready?
No, not until these two guys give me 50 cents apiece.
For what?
For acting like I'm going to miss them so we can take them along with us. Ladies and gentlemen, when I returned home from the Army, the greatest honor I received was you allowing me to come into your homes each Tuesday night. I hope I haven't said or done anything to offend anyone, and if I have, I really didn't mean to. We're proud, too, that you permitted your children to listen to our show. When we return next fall, with the help of Edna Skelton Brzegi and her writing staff, Benny Friedman, John Murray, Henry Staff, and Jack Stanley, we will continue to respect the dignity of your home that you have so graciously welcomed us into by trying our best to write and present clean, wholesome entertainment. Our sponsors, the Brown Williamson Tobacco Company and the Russell Seeds Advertising Agency, offer their thanks for this past season, too. By using our product, you have made it possible for us to be heard over the NBC networks. And be sure and listen next week to An Hour with Romberg. May I thank you again for your kindness and say goodbye now, and thanks for listening.
Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Each Tuesday at this time, you'll enjoy a summer series featuring the music of that famous composer-conductor, Sigmund Romberg. Be sure to listen. Hear Hildegard tomorrow night in the new Penguin Room, and People Are Funny with Art Linkletter Friday night. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them. A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burley blend. Sir Walter Raleigh. Mellowed with rum for extra smoothness. Deep down, satisfying goodness. That's Sir Walter Raleigh. Clean smoking all the way down. No soggy heel. Leaves only a clean, dry ash. And that's Sir Walter Raleigh.
Crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning.
Yes, Sir Walter Raleigh.
The brand of grand aroma. Keeps home sweet home.
It's Sir Walter Raleigh.
Sooner or later, your favorite tobacco.
Yes, a favorite in the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, with men everywhere who appreciate quality pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation.
Brown and Williamson Tobacco. Bye.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air for ABC here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
It's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood tonight for your listening pleasure with Susan Miller and the music of Matty Malley. Hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, what's the matter with you tonight?
Jane Russell just kissed me.
Jane Russell just kissed you?
Well, this smoke ain't coming out of my ears for nothing.
Well, never mind that, Costello. What time was it when you came in last night?
It was 12:15.
It so happens, Costello, that I looked at the clock and it was 3.
Well, so what about it?
So,
3 is 12:15.
Well, anyhow, did you have a good time at the party?
Good time. Why, Abbott, they treated me like a king. Well, it was one of those high-class society affairs, you know, where they give you all to eat. And all to eat. The little crackers and sardines, that's what they give you. Little crackers and sardines.
Costello, they were hors d'oeuvres.
Well, I should have... They were what?
They were hors d'oeuvres, hors d'oeuvres.
How do you like that? And they tasted just like sardines to me.
Costello, you're getting more stupid every day. I've tried and I've tried to improve your mind, but I just can't seem to get anywhere.
Why don't you face it, Abbott, and admit that you're a failure?
Skip it.
Skip it?
Yes. Wait a minute. Who'd you go to the party with, Susan Miller?
Oh, no. Susan and I had a fight.
Well, you should be ashamed of yourself fighting with a lovely girl like Susan Miller. What started the fight?
Well, Susan caught me cheating at cards.
Did she catch you with an ace up your sleeve?
No, with a queen on my lap.
Before the boys get rolling into high gear, here's a fellow with a special message for you.
Costello. Look, come here. Where have you been? Why are you all dressed up tonight?
Abbott, I just came from my cousin Vincent's wedding.
Oh, so your cousin Vincent finally got married. Who did he marry?
He married a woman.
Oh, yeah, dummy. Yeah, of course he married a woman. Who ever heard of anybody marrying a man?
My mother did.
Talk sense, please. What kind of a wedding did he have?
It must have been a military wedding.
A military wedding? How do you know?
Her father was carrying a shotgun.
Marriage is so romantic. Who gave the bride away, Costello?
Nobody.
Nobody?
I could have, but I kept my mouth shut.
No, Costello. Who led her down the aisle?
Nobody led her. She knew the way, blindfolded.
Look, Costello, somebody had to lead her down the aisle to meet her spouse.
To meet her what?
Her spouse. Vincent is a spouse.
Just a minute, Abbott. You can't call Vincent a spouse. He never touches her stuff.
Okay. Then we'll say that Vincent was a groom.
That's better. He was a groom before he was married.
How could he be a groom before he got married?
He worked in a livery stable. That's a horse on you.
Oh, skip it. How'd the bride look, Costello? Was she wearing a corsage?
Oh, Abbott, how can you ask me such a thing? I'm only a young boy.
I'm only asking you if the bride wore a corsage.
No, with her shape, she don't need one.
Look, Costello, you saw the bride, didn't you?
Of course I saw the bride.
What kind of clothes did she wear?
Oh, she had a beautiful torso.
Torso?
Every bride has got to have a torso before she gets married.
No, Costello, you mean trousseau. Did you see her trousseau?
No, he wasn't there.
Who wasn't there?
Trousseau! Robinson Crusoe!
Listen, Costello, when the bride came into the church, did you notice her train?
What train? She drove up in a second-hand jalopy.
I'm talking about the train on her dress. With every bridal dress, you get a train.
What store's giving those away? I bought a suit once and got a baseball bat and a catcher's mitt, but I never got a train.
Costello, will you please listen? When the bride walked into the church, was she dragging anything behind her?
My cousin Vincent.
I'm talking about her dress. Did you see that long white piece of goods hanging from her dress?
Oh, yes, sir, I saw that.
That was her train.
Oh, I tripped over that thing and tore it off.
You tore off a train? How did the bride look without a train?
She looked like a late freight with a loose caboose.
Costello, you're not fit to talk to an idiot.
I'll write you a note.
Well, your cousin Vincent is very lucky. A man doesn't know what real happiness is until he gets married, Lou.
Yes, and then it's too late.
Yes. You dummy. I'm very sentimental about marriage. How well I remember my marriage. I can remember when I turned to my wife and said those words, I do.
You should remember those words. That was the last time you got a chance to open your mouth.
That's ridiculous, Costello. My wife and I are very happy. Why, Betty and I are inseparable.
Yes, you are. The last fight you had, it took 4 people to separate you. Abbott, does it cost much to get married?
Oh, no, they have different prices. Now, the preacher who married my wife and I charged according to the beauty of the bride. If the bride is very beautiful, he charged $10. If she was pretty, it was $5. If she was just ordinary, he charged $2.
How much did he give you?
Costello, you've got the wrong slant on marriage. All brides are beautiful.
If all brides are beautiful, where do all those ugly wives come from?
Call for little Johnny. Call for little Johnny.
Who are you?
Philip Morris. I never can find that kid.
Abbott's nephew, folks. Look, Abbott, you're making enough money. Why don't you give the kid some dough and let him stay home?
Costello, Norman is very proud. He wouldn't take charity.
He'd rather steal it.
Certainly. No. Look, wait a minute, Lou. Are you trying to insinuate that he's a thief? Norman's a very brilliant boy.
Last week he saw a sign in the post office that said, murderer wanted. He went in and applied for the job.
Hello, boys.
Well, hello, Susan. Look, Costello, it's Susan Miller.
Susan Miller. Oh, Susan. Why didn't you show up for our date last night?
Oh, I couldn't, Costello. We've had sickness in our house. The fireplace caught virus X.
Now, how could your fireplace catch virus X?
Why not? It's already got the flu. Get it? Fireplace.
Same writers we got. Susan, you get to sound more like Milton Berle's mother every day.
Why don't you invite Costello to your party next Sunday afternoon?
Oh, that's a good idea. Costello, you can be Cupid. Wear 3-cornered pants and carry a bow and arrow.
Oh, Susan, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Oh, how would it look for a guy my age to be carrying a bow and arrow?
I'm going to the party, Costello. I'm going as Simple Al.
Oh, don't you mean Simple Simon?
Abbott's so simple he can't spell Simon.
Oh, you shouldn't talk that way about Abbott. He's very romantic. And he's quite a hand with the ladies at a party.
Oh, no, he ain't. He's too slow. We went to a party last Saturday, and before Abbott got around to asking the girl for a kiss, I already had my face slapped 3 times.
Well, you see, Costello, now if you were married, things like that wouldn't happen to you.
Susan's right, Costello. Marriage keeps a man out of trouble.
Yeah, it keeps him out of trouble. He wouldn't have gotten in if he hadn't got married.
Oh, now what don't you like about marriage?
The part where they throw away the rice. That part I don't like, where they throw the rice. And my cousin's wedding today, they threw rice at Vincent, and it's too messy.
Rice isn't messy.
It is when they mix it with chop suey.
Well, I gotta go now. I'll see you at the party.
Susan, I'll be over real early, and I'll help you stuff the turkey.
Oh, no, you don't. You stuffed the turkey the last party. You stuffed it with taffy.
Stuffed the turkey with taffy?
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
Well, while all the other people were trying to get their teeth unstuck, Costello ate all the white meat. So long, Fatso.
You know, Abbott, there goes a nice girl. Really.
Yes, I'll have to agree on that. A very nice girl.
You know, Susan said that she'd marry me if it wasn't for my sentimentality.
Sentimentality?
Yeah, she knows I haven't got a cent, and she's not so sure about my mentality.
Susan would marry you all right, Costello, if you were in business and making money, you know.
Oh, Abbott, what kind of business could I go in?
Well, it's sleep year and it's spring. You know, I think we could make a fortune if we open a matrimonial bureau. There's a lot of money arranging weddings for people.
Not me, Abbott. I'm not going to be responsible for sticking guys with mother-in-laws.
What's wrong with mother-in-laws? You don't even know what a mother-in-law is.
A mother-in-law is the FBI in Bloomers.
Well, it's easy to see you know nothing about matrimonial bureau.
Well, I do, too. Last summer I worked in a matrimonial bureau. I was in the travel department. I arranged places for happy couples to go on their honeymoon.
You did?
And I only made one mistake. A couple wanted to go to Niagara Falls, and I sent them to Atlantic City.
Were they angry?
They will be if they ever find out.
Well, Betty, darling, it's my wife, Costello. Betty, Costello and I are thinking of opening a matrimonial bureau.
Oh, I think that's wonderful. Oh, marriage is such a wonderful thing. I owe everything I am to my husband, Buddy.
Why don't you give him the 2 cents a square to your account?
Oh, Buddy, why don't you defend me? Sometimes I think the only reason you married me was because my Uncle Harry left me $1 million.
That's a lie, Mrs. Abbott.
Thanks, Costello.
He would have married you regardless of who left you the money.
Pay no attention to him, Betty. You know, you are even more lovely than the day I married you. Look at you standing there. Your slim figure, your short-cut hair, and those trim slacks. She doesn't look like the mother of 2 children, does she, Costello?
No.
Thanks.
You look like the father.
Costello, have you know that my wife still wears a size 16?
Isn't that a pretty big shoe for a woman?
Why, you bloated blubberhead. You're built like a tub. You ought to wear a girdle.
I tried that once. I wore a girdle, and it made my stomach disappear.
Really?
Yes, it sneaked around to the back and popped up under an assumed name.
Why don't you cut that out, Costello? Why don't you act nice? Why don't you invite Betty and I over to your house tonight for dinner?
I'm sorry, Abbott. I'm having my brother for dinner.
Oh, you're lucky. We can't get any pork.
Oh, Betty. Oh, Betty, you certainly sneaked that one in on him.
Oh, you're always sneaking them in on him.
No, you're always sneaking them on him.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard from a pair of old sneakers.
Costello, look, if we were in business, you wouldn't have time to go around insulting people. We ought to open that matrimonial bureau. You put up the money, and I'll open up the office.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, all right, I figured that. I'll open the office, and you put up the money.
Well, that's better.
All right.
Wait a minute. That's the same thing.
Well, I've got the place, the office all picked out. All I want you to do is to go around and grab some customers that want to get married.
Okay, I'll grab Jane Russell.
Well, you can grab Jane Russell. Jane Russell is already married.
You grab what you like, and I'll grab what I like.
they deserve a breather after that one, so let's take a minute right about now to listen to this. Abbott and Costello found a four-leaf clover when they found Susan Miller. Here she is, you lucky people, singing with Matty Malnick's orchestra.
I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked before. One leaf is sunshine, the second is rain. Third is the roses that grow in the lane. No need explaining, the one remaining is somebody I adore. I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked before. I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked before. One leaf is sunshine, the second is rain. Third is the roses that grow in the lane. No need explaining, the one remaining is somebody I adore. I'm looking over a four-leaf clover that I overlooked before. That I overlooked before.
Well, Costello, how's it feel to be in business? Here we are in our own office, the Abbott and Costello Matrimonial Bureau. Now, remember, we want to try and get my oldest sister married as soon as possible. Now, there's her picture.
That's her picture? Yeah, but she's got red curly hair.
What's wrong with that? Lots of girls have red curly hair.
Growing out of their ears?
Answer that, Costello. That may be a custom.
Abbott and Costello Matrimonial Agency.
Be brief. I just got my penny in the payphone.
A penny? You're supposed to drop in a nickel on the phone.
Well, I'm calling from a thrifty drugstore.
What can I do for you?
Well, I've got to have a wife. I've simply got to have a wife. I've got $2 million. If you get me a wife, I'll give her $1 million, and I'll give you $1 million for your fee.
$1 million for me? Come over right away to the office, right away.
Well, I can't. They won't let me out. I'm all right, I tell you. I'm all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Harry Brown goes the Oscar for the show tonight. Hey, Abbott, what paper did you put our ad in?
The Hardware Journal.
I thought so. One of the nuts just called up. Abbott and Costello Matrimonial Agency. What kind of girls have we got? We got girls in frills and girls in laces, arsenic and old faces, girls who sing and girls who dance yet, girls who never had a chance yet, big girls, small girls, everyone spectacular, short girls, tall girls, and Abbott's sister who looks like Dracula. I think I run Harry Brown a close second.
How do you do, gentlemen? I'm from the Marriage License Bureau. I understand you two are running a matrimonial bureau. Mr. Costello, do you understand the laws governing marriage?
I do.
And Mr. Abbott, do you understand the laws governing marriage?
I do.
I now pronounce you man and wife. That'll be $5, please.
This is a fine business you got me in, Abbott. I can't understand why we ain't got no customers coming in. I put an ad in the Valley Times this morning.
How did the ad read?
It says, man with bottle of gin would like to meet lady with bottle of olives. Object, martinis.
Not martinis, matrimony.
Ho, Abbott. Maybe we could find a husband for my cousin Mary Bozzo. She had a very tragic life. Her first husband was hanged. Her second husband was hanged. Her third husband was hanged. And her fourth husband was hanged.
And she wants to get married again?
Yes, she's just getting the hang of it. Abbott, maybe we could find a wife for me.
Well, what kind of a girl would you want?
She must have gorgeous blonde hair, a lovely figure, and a beautiful face, and $1 million.
And a girl with all that would have to be nuts to marry you.
And she can be nuts, too.
Hiya, fellas. How's the new matrimonial agency?
Well, it's our band leader, Matty Malnick.
Well, I just dropped over to bring you some business. I have a little niece at home who's dying to marry Costello.
Why does every girl want to marry me? Sometimes I wish I wasn't so young and beautiful, and coy and charming, so debonair and so petite.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. Wait a minute. Just hold on a minute. Don't go flying in there. Matty's idea sounds like a good proposition. By the way, has your niece got any money, Matty?
Oh, sure. She inherited a very fat dowry from her mother.
We don't care about her figure. Has she got any money?
How dare you ask such a question, Costello? She is a Malnick. I'll have you know that we Malnicks are a proud lot.
You Malnicks are a vacant lot.
Now, Costello, take it easy. Are you really serious, Matty, about your niece wanting to marry Costello?
Yes, I am. Last night, my little niece was sitting on the floor playing with her toys. And she looked up at me and said, that Lou Costello is the sweetest boy, and I'd like to marry him.
Oh, now, isn't that cute? How old is she?
57.
Look, Matty, Costello doesn't want to get married, but we'll be glad to find a husband for your niece.
That's wonderful, Bud. She's right out in your waiting room. Shall I bring her in?
You better wheel her in.
Poinciana, will you step in here? Here she comes on the run.
She doesn't run very good. Maybe she needs a grease job.
Quiet, Costello. How do you do, Miss...
The full name is Poinciana Pigeon-Pigeon.
What's the hyphen for?
That's for the pigeon to sit on.
Miss Pigeon, I'm sure that we can find you an ideal husband. Now, if you'll just leave $100 deposit and, of course, one of your pictures.
Oh, I'm afraid I haven't any pictures of myself. I did have some taken, but the photographer didn't develop the negative.
He was probably afraid to go in a dark room with them alone.
Miss Pigeon, have you ever been married before?
Yes. My first husband snored, so I got a divorce. Now he pays me $500 a week alimony.
Just because he snores?
Yes.
That guy's really paying through the nose.
Are you going steady with anyone right now?
Yes, I am. But he's a businessman, and he's always away on trips. Now, Mr. Costello, what would you do if you were in my place?
Oh, I don't know. Let's go over to your place and find out.
Quiet, Costello. Miss Pigeon, are you planning on marrying this man?
I don't think so. I've got a hunch that he's growing tired of me.
What makes you think that?
He hasn't been to see me in over 10 years.
Your troubles are over, Miss Pigeon. We'll find you a husband.
Oh.
Just give us your check for $1,000 for our fee and sign this contract.
What contract? Now, I can't see so good. Broke my glasses before I left the house this morning.
Well, how could you see to find your way to this office?
She must have come in on the rims.
Quiet, Costello, quiet. This woman is a customer. Let me handle her. And now, Miss Pigeon, if you come to my house 8 o'clock this evening, we'll say, I'll show you a happy family. Myself, my wife, and our little boy.
Oh, this is so thrilling. I'll be there at 8 o'clock.
Abbott, why did you tell that woman you had a little boy? You haven't got a little boy.
Well, Costello, we've got to put this deal over. I'll have a little boy by 8 o'clock tonight. Don't worry.
Abbott, now I'm convinced that does everything.
Scheme, even with short pants and bobby socks. Costello doesn't look like a 5-year-old boy.
I don't?
No, you look like a 3-year-old moron.
Now, remember, Costello, I'm going to call you Junior. And you're supposed to be a schoolboy.
I am a schoolboy, Abbott. For 20 years, I've been going to school studying reading, writing, and arithmetic. And my mother is proud to say that I am the only schoolboy that can't read, can't write, and can't count.
Why is she proud?
No other mother can make that statement.
Oh, now there's Miss Pigeon now. Remember, Costello, you're our son, Junior. Now you answer the door, and Mrs. Abbott and I will go into the kitchen.
Good evening, little boy. I'm Miss Pigeon.
Hello, Miss Pigeon. I'm Junior. Pull up a clothesline and sit down. Spread your feathers.
Oh, my. What a quaint little fellow. Just love little boys like you. I wish I had 14 little boys, and I wish they were all just like you.
You want 14 little boys just like me?
Yes.
Let me smell your breath.
Oh, my, how cute. Now tell me, little man, where are your father and mother?
They're out in the kitchen passing the time.
Passing the time?
They're throwing the clock at each other.
You mean they fight?
You should have heard him yesterday. My mother was trying to stuff something in the incinerator, and she had an awful struggle, but she couldn't do it.
But why didn't your father help her?
He's what she was trying to stuff in the incinerator.
Quite a kid, hey?
And Mr. Abbott told me that they were such a happily married couple. Oh, but tell me, little man, is that Mrs. Abbott, I mean, your mother's picture over there on the mantel?
Uh-huh, that's her.
My, that's a lovely upsweep hairdo.
My father gave her that.
Now, how could your father give her an upsweep hairdo?
He hit her over the head with a broom.
Very interesting. Tell me, is Mr. Abbott, I mean your father, good to your mother?
Oh, sure. He's always buying her presents. Oh. Only this morning he bought my mama a beautiful present. A nice new carving knife.
Oh, does your mother know he bought her the carving knife?
Oh, no. She don't even know he's going to cut her throat.
Oh! Thank you, young man. You've saved me $1,000. Goodbye.
Well, come on. Well, what happened? What happened? Wait. Where's Miss Pigeon?
The pigeon just flew the coop.
Costello, didn't you tell her that we were a very happy family?
I couldn't, Abbott. I told her the truth.
Costello, why do you do these things? Every time I have a chance to swindle somebody out of money, you always gum up the works. Why? Why do you continually do these things to me?
Oh, I'm a bad
boy! Stick around. The boys aren't quite through with you yet. They'll be back after a final thought on this subject. Here are Abbott and Costello with a final word.
Well, Costello, we've done a lot of joking about marriage. And I want you to tell the audience that you know that marriage is a serious thing.
Are you kidding? Anybody that's married knows that.
Costello, I don't believe you even know what it takes to make a marriage.
Oh, sure I do. It takes two people to make a marriage.
That's right.
A single girl and an anxious mother.
Oh, good night. Good night, everybody.
Listen each next Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Vanda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is Michael Roy saying goodbye until this same time next Wednesday. Be sure to stay tuned for the outstanding entertainment which follows throughout the evening on this ABC station.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is smile. S-M-I-L-E.
Really? You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx.
Let's not overdo it now. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples tonight. All right, Fennerman, who's supposed to try for the $2,500?
Well, we invited a number of newlyweds to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. and Mrs. Heineman, and here they are.
Oh.
Folks, come over here and meet Groucho Marx.
I see. A couple of newlyweds, eh? Jolly Heineman, is that right?
Hinman.
Oh, Hinman.
Yeah.
Hello, youngsters. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and if you say the secret word, you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. You may not use it, but you always have it with you. Now, Jolly Hinman. How newly wedded are you, Jolly?
1 3/4 months.
Here, things are looking up here tonight. Are you standing in a box?
No, I don't think so.
No, huh? You're pretty tall, aren't you?
Yes, I guess I am.
That's the understatement of the year. Huh? How tall are you, Jolly?
I'm 6'1". Is that with or without shoes?
Well, I don't know you that well. Huh? And what is your name? Runtz?
Rouse.
Oh, Rouse. Huh? Like Rouse, madam? Is that?
That's right.
How tall are you, Rouse?
I'm 6'5.5" without shoes.
You're crazy about being without shoes, you two. Well, it's obvious you're newlyweds. Your heads are in the clouds. Let's come down to earth and find out something about you two. What kind of work do you do?
Well, I work for Jolly's father.
I see. Now it comes out, huh? Nepotism in its most vicious form, huh? You work for Jolly's father?
Yes.
What do you do?
I work for a Colby Poster Printing Company. That's his company, and I'm just learning the business there.
He's giving you the business eventually?
Possibly.
Now, were you working before you got married, Jolly?
No, I was going to school. I went to Los Angeles City College.
I see. Did you graduate from there?
No, I only went 1 year. Got married.
You got married pretty early. Now, how'd you capture this fellow? Did you dig a deep pit and cover it with branches or something?
No, it's a pretty long story, but he came out to the Tip Topper Club where we met.
What is the Tip Topper Club?
It's a club for tall people. It's a social organization. And
you club each other?
No, not quite. Only after we're married. And then
you know, she's doing better than I am.
And he asked me to dance, and so I danced with him, and so I was walking away because I liked this other guy, and he kept smiling at me.
You liked another fellow?
Huh? Yeah. I was going
Did you say smile?
Smile! You said the secret word!
1 year in high school, and the race has got $100. Okay, now you were at this club and you were dancing with another chap?
No, I was dancing with Rouse, and Rouse called me up the next day and asked me to go to a show and out to dinner. And so I went with him, hoping this other guy would call. And then my mother would say...
Women are so loyal.
My mother would say, well, she's not in, and then maybe he'd get the idea to ask me to go stay. So I went with
Your mother
Rouse.
was the votes on this lying that you were doing?
I guess so. And so I went out with Rouse and had a very nice time, but this other guy still interests me more. So the next week, Rouse said he'd ask me...
Rouse is a bit on the schlemiel side.
And in the meantime, Rouse came out to different parties, and one was a picnic, and we were playing baseball, and he broke my little finger. And the next week, though, he broke his toe and got even. And then...
Rouse, you carry a blackjack as regular equipment?
And so we seemed to have something in common, but I was still going steady with this other guy.
Well, what about your
now.
finger?
Well, it was okay then.
And your toe, was it all healed up?
No,
I've had reinfections of it.
He had his toenail finally taken off after we were married.
Well, that's pretty funny, huh? Something tragic about a man getting married with only 9 toenails. Not that so necessary, but it's nice to have them, I think. Now, Rouse, tell me about your club. Could I join?
No, you couldn't.
Well, why not?
Well, we consider anybody under 6 feet shrimp.
That's as fishy an answer as I ever heard. Now, how big would I have to be to join your club?
Well, anybody that wants to get into the club has to be 6 foot 4 inches tall.
Any man would have to be that?
Any man, yes.
How about your wife? She's not 6 feet 4.
Well, she's a woman.
That's true. It never occurred to me. What you're saying is that women are different. Is that it?
That's it. In a way.
Well, live a little, learn a little. Well, you're a charming couple, and I know you'll be very happy together. May all your troubles be big ones. Now, in just a minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $2,500 question. Right now, I want you to pay close attention to Fenneman.
This is the season of the year to talk about courtesy. And so I'd like to say courtesy is not just a once-in-a-while thing at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The folks there make a practice of being courteous all year round. And they're not only proud of the way they conduct their business, but equally proud of the 2 superb cars they handle. The DeSoto is their pride and joy, as fine a car value as money can buy. It's an expertly engineered car with that famous drive-without-shifting DeSoto transmission. It's a safe car to operate because of its big and responsive brakes that stop you quickly, easily. It's a real roomy car, too, up front, in back, and in the trunk. And as for style, no car has lovelier lines and richer appointments than the lavishly styled DeSoto. And as for value, you'll be amazed how far your dollars go today when you buy a brand new DeSoto. Remember, too, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the American beauty, the car that likes to be compared. So look for those 2 great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Now, let's see if you 2 will get a chance at the $2,500. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Each of our 3 couples has $20. They bet as much of that $20 as they want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Is that clear?
Fine.
Okay, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected familiar movie roles. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
13.
13,
yeah, I think.
13,
yeah.
Who played Andy Hardy in the series of that name?
Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney is right. how is Fenneman going to figure up how much money they got?
I have no idea either.
Fenneman is accustomed to dealing in round numbers.
I'm sorry.
I got the first one, though.
How much have they got?
$33.
You're the Einstein of the West, Fenneman. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $33 will you bet on your second question?
What do you think?
Oh, to be 6 foot again. To be even 5 feet again.
23.
$23.
$23.
Okay. Who plays Hopalong Cassidy?
Oh, Bill Boyd.
Bill Boyd is right. $56. That's a very good magazine, the Bill Boyd. I read it all the time. Now you have how much? $56. Here's your third question. How much of the 56 will you risk?
45.
45. Who created the role of Lynn Belvedere in Sitting Pretty?
Oh, Clifton Webb.
Clifton Webb is right.
They're really up there now. They have $101.
Now we do it like a regular quiz show. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much of the $101 are you going to bet on this one? How much?
75.
How much are you going to bet on this one now?
75.
Now, this is your last chance. You've got $101. How much are you going to bet now?
75.
75?
Yeah.
Okay. Who created the role of Tugboat Annie?
Oh, Marjorie Main.
No. One answer between you. No coaching, please.
Let's see.
You'll have to throw out the question, and also the one who hollers. Take a stab at it now. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Marie Dressler. It's a tough one. But, how much have they got, Fenneman?
And they wind up with $26.
Well, that's not too bad, $26. That's $13 apiece. That's almost $1 a foot. Thanks and Happy New Year from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Well, Groucho, the secret word is still smile.
Still smile.
And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a fish dealer and a housewife to be on the program. And here they are, Mrs. Jean Gillen and Mr. Jack Berger. Meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, kids. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Now, let's see. Mrs. Jean Gillen, huh?
Yes, sir.
You're the housewife. And Jack Berger? You're a fishmonger, is that right?
That's right.
Well, where are you from?
I'm from New York City originally.
You're from New York. And Mrs. Gillen?
I'm from the smoky city of Pittsburgh.
You're from the smoky city of Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Mrs. Gillen, you're living in the past. You're thinking of the Pittsburgh of 20 years ago.
Oh, yeah?
When they had winning ball clubs. Where is your husband? Why did you come to California?
Well, it was his idea.
I see.
My husband's idea.
I presume he's back in Pittsburgh?
Oh, no, he's out here now, too.
What does your husband do for a living?
He's a marine engineer.
A what?
A marine engineer.
A muddy engineer?
A marine.
Oh, marine engineer.
Yeah.
Oh, marine engineer, huh? You're Scotch, huh?
I sure am.
Oh, sure. Now I recognize the dialect. He's a marine engineer, and where does he operate?
Well, he's not working at it now, but he used to go to sea for quite a number of years. He was at sea.
What did he go to see? Do you remember?
Yes, see what he could see.
I suppose in Scotland that's considered a pretty hot joke, huh? How did you meet him?
Well, when I came to this country at first, we were quarantined. We couldn't get into Ellis Island, and we were to go and stay on Pier 54. We were all made to go and sleep there. We stayed there for a week. Mm-hmm. And there was a crew from another ship came over with a band to entertain us, and we were doing the quadrilles.
But did you do the Highland Fling?
No, I was doing the quadrilles, and one part of the quadrilles, they swing you around, and the two big fellas swung me around. I slipped out with their arms, and I fell into the drum. So when he picked me up, this fella came over, he picked me up, So I didn't see him after that for 4 months, and I was at Coney Island with my sister one day, and we're at Luna Park in the Wheel of Fortune, that great big wheel that goes spinning round and round. Well, we went on that, and I sat on the wheel, and I got knocked off, and when I got knocked off, I got knocked right into him.
Well, did you get married while this thing was spinning around?
No, we eloped up to Middletown, New York, and got married.
Why did you elope?
Oh, I was scared of my mother.
Are you still scared of her?
No, not now. I'm a big girl now.
Has anything unusual ever happened to you?
Well, nothing very much unusual, but I've got my own back. My husband one time took $5 out of my pocketbook, and he got dressed up and went out. And when he came home that night, I went through his pockets and I found a program for the opera from New York. So the next morning when I made up his lunch, instead of putting any meat on his sandwich, I put the program in between one slice of bread.
That's not a fish story, but it's a good meat story. Now, what fish market do you work for, Mr. Berger?
Jack's Fish and Poultry Market.
Now, tell me, do fish have any special value as food? For example, are they packed with vitamins?
They are, and they are considered a brain food.
Seems to me if a fish had any brains, he'd still be in the water. What specifically, where do you get your fish? And don't say out of the specific either.
Well, we get our fish from many states. We get fish from Maine, from the state of Washington, from Massachusetts.
Boston, Massachusetts?
Oh, yes.
A lot of fish from
Boston. A lot of fish from Boston.
Do they swim here by themselves?
No.
They're pretty tired by there. How do they get here? Huh?
Well, fish from Boston, we fly. We bring them
that's
through
flying
the air.
fish. Isn't it pretty expensive to fly your fish out here from Boston?
Well, it's pretty expensive, but it'd be more expensive to go to Boston than get it yourself.
Well, there's a great deal in what you say. Not too much, but some. Well, thanks to you, Jack. I know all there is to know about fish. Now, let's see if you can hook me for $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth clams. You run your $20 no more than our other couples. Fenneman's offstage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The newlyweds won $27.
Here we go. Now, let's see how high I can bid you $20. You selected famous words. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$15.
Is that all right with you?
All right for me, yeah.
All right. To what are these the opening words? In the beginning?
The opening words of the creation. In the beginning, the Lord made the heaven.
Well, I think that's right. It's the first words of the Bible.
Well, you can go on your way. You have $35.
Stop shouting in my ear, Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of your $35 will you risk on your second question?
$25.
All right. To what are these the opening words? We, the people.
The Constitution.
The Constitution of the United States. $60. All right, you got $60. Now, here's your third question. How much of the 60 are you going to go for?
50. 50.
All right, $50. So what are these, the opening words? 87 years ago?
Gettysburg Address.
Gettysburg Address is correct.
$110.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much of the 110 are you going to go for?
$100.
Yeah, okay.
$100.
All right, so what are these, the opening words? When in the course of human events... Talk it over.
The Declaration.
Declaration of Independence. And they wind up. And they wind up with $210. Thanks and a Happy New Year from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
The secret word is still smile.
Still smile.
Still smile. And we invited some college football players to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Paul McMurtry. His partner is a judo expert, June Tegner. And here they are. Folks, I'd like you to meet Groucho Marx. Right up here, please.
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, I'll split $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. June Tegner, you're the judo expert?
Yes.
What is judo?
Well, it's the art of self-defense.
Well, thanks for the warning, And Paul McMurtry, you're the football player.
That's right.
Where are you from, Paul?
I'm originally from Rio Hondo, Texas.
How do you spell that?
RIOHONDO.
Not bad for a football player. Well, you're certainly a big hunk of man. Now, how much do you weigh on the hoof?
About 230.
How old are you, Paul?
31 years old.
And where do you play football?
USC.
USC? And you're 31 years old?
That's right.
What position do you play on the USC football squad?
I play right guard.
Why do you play that?
That's where the coach puts me.
What do you want to be when you graduate from college, if you ever do?
I like to be a football coach.
Well, how come you're in college at this age? Isn't that rather unusual to be there at that age?
Well,
you don't look dumb.
I spent 8 years in the Navy.
Oh, you didn't say that, huh? You'll forgive me for those cheap insults before, won't you?
Sure thing.
You better, huh? June, let's talk about judo, eh? What does judo mean in Japanese?
Well, judo is Japanese. In English, it means soft way.
The soft way? And what is the soft way? What can you do to a man with judo?
Well, you can throw him or break his arm or stun him or knock him out or kill him or anything you want to do.
And that's the soft way? I won't ask you what's the hard way. Do you have a job, June?
Oh, yes. I teach at the National Judo Association in Hollywood on the Sunset Strip. It's the oldest school in this country.
It is, huh? Is it old enough for him to get in? June, do you think a knowledge of judo would help our football hero here out on the field?
Well, it may not help him out on the field, but it would certainly help him off the field.
Well, you'd have to have some kind of help off the field, I guess. Could you use her on your football team?
You sure could.
It would never work. I never saw a football game where both teams were chasing the same player. Well, June, in your work as a judo instructor, has anything embarrassing ever happened to you?
Well, yes, a lot of things, but, well, there's one.
One specifically that you could tell us about?
Well, I was in the show with my sister once. And,
in a show? What kind of a show?
A movie, theater. And there was a masher sitting alongside of me, and he put his arm around me. And so I used the nerve center where I push against his head. You know, I pushed him back, and he's laying back over the seat, and my sister and I were eating popcorn. He's making a lot of noise, and he's gasping, and people are saying, "Be quiet." Quiet down front, so I started stuffing popcorn down his mouth. I was embarrassed.
Well, that's very interesting. What was the name of the picture? Do you remember? Was it Great Expectations? What was it, buttered popcorn?
Solid.
I think that's the best kind to strangle a man with. Well, it's been very interesting having you two here tonight. And June, anytime you want to demonstrate any of your holds on me, just remember I'm all tied up. Now you're going to play your bets of life. You beat our other two couples, you'll get a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question.
The fish dealer and the housewife are ahead with $210.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. Now, you're a college boy. You ought to be pretty good at this. You selected bowl games. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. How much are you going to bet?
14.
14.
Then you're getting strange sums here tonight. This is all a plot against you, Fenneman.
Sure it is.
All right. You're going to bet $14. In what city is the Sugar Bowl game played? The Sugar Bowl game.
New Orleans, Louisiana.
New Orleans is right. $24. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $24? You did a masterly job there. Huh? How much have they got?
$24.
That's all they've got? I told you Fenneman couldn't count. Huh? I've been watching him for years up here.
14. You're right. $34.
Isn't it pitiful? There's a grown man with 3 children. He can't count up to 34. Huh? All right, you're going to bet how much?
29.
20? Fenneman, they're after you tonight. You better start figuring now, huh?
29?
Yes. Where is the Cotton Bowl game played?
Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, Texas.
How about 63?
That's all right with me, huh? Here's your third question. How much of the 63 you're going to go for?
39.
All right. Where is the Shrine East-West game played?
San Francisco.
San Francisco. You got $102, and it's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much will you bet?
$11.
$11. Well, that's a very thrifty play there, huh? Now, what city plays host to the Orange Bowl game?
Miami, Florida.
Miami, Florida is right. He knows all the answers, but he's just teasing me on each one.
And they wind up with $113.
Splendid, Fenneman. You've done a magnificent job tonight, huh?
I was going on to say that means the housewife and the fish dealer with $210 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question.
You know, there are more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers located throughout the country. This means that as you travel, on business or perhaps on a vacation, you can rest assured you're not too far from a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. A car dealer equipped to render the same kind of expert service you're used to getting from the DeSoto Plymouth dealer in your own hometown. A dealer with a supply of factory-inspected and approved Mopar parts. A dealer who wants to serve you just as honestly and skillfully as the DeSoto Plymouth dealer where you live. Yes, it's a big organization, and it's bound together by a common desire to do good work at a fair price. So wherever you are, or wherever you drive, come in where you see the familiar sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here's the housewife and the fish salesman all set for the DeSoto Plymouth big question, Groucho.
Well, here's little Scotty again and the old fish man, huh? All right, now here we go for $2,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. So think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. You got your thinking caps on?
Should have.
Aye. Well, the most beautiful building in the world is located at Agra, India. A-G-R-A, India. What building am I talking about?
Taj Mahal.
Taj Mahal! That's right. You win $2,500. You got the right answer, so you win $2,500. Now, what are you going to do with all that swag?
Well, I have a daughter when she was a little girl that miraculously recovered from polio. And I feel winning this money, the first I've ever won in my life, and I'm going to donate $500 to the Infantile Paralysis Fund.
Well, thank you. That's a wonderful way to spend the money. And what are you going to do with your swag?
Oh, well, I just don't know what I'm going to do. I'm so flabbergasted.
Well, let's say you weren't flabbergasted. What are you going to do with the money?
Well, I have a daughter that's married to a GI, and he's gone to school, and I haven't seen her for a long while, and there's lots of things I can do for them. They're just starting out.
That's right. Well, let's see. You win $2,500 plus $210 in the quiz. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations and a Happy New Year from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, folks, tell them Groucho sent you. Just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth car.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Ease up when there's a freeze up. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fendelman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon as our scene opens now. And here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find Mrs. Victor Good, her 14-year-old son Rush, and her amiable Uncle Fletcher. It is a pleasant summer afternoon, and our friends are taking things easy. Sade languidly darns gentleman's socks in the easy chair. Rush is making a feint at mending his seam on his indoor baseball. And Uncle Fletcher, completely relaxed, lounges on the davenport and holds forth discursively about this, that, and the other thing. Listen.
Martin Jordal left Rochelle, Illinois in 1902. Gave up the chewing gum habit in favor of sleeve garters. Married a woman 15 years old. Formally repudiated the existence of the automobile in 1909. Shot his uncle by mistake. And in 1911, give up the use of salt and pepper on his fiddle, as well as ketchup, mace, cloves, and allspice.
Quite a fella.
You asleep, Rush, honey?
No.
Good. Never go to sleep.
This is the kind of an afternoon where I just as soon go to sleep.
Never go to sleep. Never go to sleep. That's a little piece of advice I picked up from F. Elrod Keecherly that was indirectly related to President William McKinley. He took me by the hand one afternoon there in Mobile, Missouri, while we were waiting on the railroad station platform for the St. Louis train. And he said, never go to sleep. I've never forgotten that.
Well, what did he mean?
Yes?
Under what kind of circumstances did he advise you not to go to sleep?
I explained the circumstances. We were standing on the railroad station platform.
Yes, I know. But when this man advised you never to go to sleep, what did he have in mind?
He had in mind the modern Ohio plow horse. A breed which has improved by leaps and bounds during the last 50 years.
I see.
Life is a curious thing.
Yeah?
Life is a curious thing, and the advice of F. Elrod Geisherle teaches us a lesson.
Yes, indeed.
You feel that it teaches us a lesson, Sadie Fiddle?
Uh-huh.
What lesson does it teach us? What lesson does it teach us?
Oh, yes, Uncle Fletcher, I don't know.
I don't know myself, by George.
Please won't scratch my back. That is pretty much your business. No, I guess I won't either. Oh. Decisions like that are difficult to arrive at in warm weather. Quite a mental strain, I guess, to make up your mind to scratch your back or not. I agree.
Speaking of F. Elrod Geisherle, he once run for coroner of Mobile, Missouri.
Oh, really?
He run for coroner and he got beat.
Well.
He run for sheriff and got beat.
Gee.
F. Elrod Geisherle had one great big ambition in life.
What was that?
To run for mayor and got beat.
Imagine.
F. Elrod Geisherle realized that ambition. Rush, what did he do?
He run for mayor and got beat.
He run for mayor and got beat.
Well, you certainly know a lot of interesting people, Uncle Fletcher.
The interesting people I know you couldn't crowd into the lobby of the Bright Kentucky Hotel.
Uh-huh. We won't scratch my back after all.
Oh, yes, right. You sound like a simpleton.
Well, various dear old chums of mine entertain the notion I am a simpleton.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't brag about that.
I'm not thin-skinned.
Yeah. Certainly is a quiet, sleepy afternoon.
And then there was Virgil K. McSneach of Wallbach, Kansas.
Every time you say that, Mom, it stops being a quiet, sleepy afternoon. Something happened.
Yeah.
Virgil K. McSneach married a woman 38 years old. Hit her on the head with a straw suitcase in disgust. Poked her father a Cincinnati sidearm uppercut alongside the jaw. Put his left shoe on his right foot and right shoe on his left foot, and held a gang of section men at bay with a 2x4 plank while he buried a flitch of bacon and a firkin of lard in a white shirt.
Love by George.
Hi. Can't be more than 2 o'clock, is it?
No.
We're in the living room, guys.
What's the discussion here?
Vic just come in the kitchen door.
No.
You got company, have you?
Uncle Fletcher's here.
Not playing truant from the office, Vic, honey, on this warm afternoon? Speaking of playing truant from the office, I had this friend of mine from Grand Forks, North Dakota, that never failed.
Well, what do you know? All my loved ones in a single song. Greetings, Uncle Fletcher, old pal. Say, honey, if I wasn't so busy, I'd give you a kiss. Rush, you're the pride of my heart and the flower of my old age.
What you got in the bundle?
I anticipated you, little Sadie.
Is that
close? I anticipated you twice.
Oh, ish.
And still another time.
What kind of dialogue is this?
Search me.
I heard some rather feverish dialogue one time when Ernie Snappy there in DeKalb accidentally run his coal wagon over Mrs. George Ucherman's foot. Mrs. George Ucherman was a perfect lady and all that. But till this day, the different sports love to describe her.
Excuse me, Uncle Fletcher, but my wife is burning up with curiosity. Yes, kiddo, there are clothes in this bundle.
Why are you home from the office at 2 o'clock in the afternoon?
I'll explain that, and these clothes, and 1 or 2 other things. Rush, go down cellar.
No.
You defy, Papa?
Yes.
Good.
Vic, honey, the hot rays of the sun haven't penetrated through your skull, are they?
Uncle Fletcher, honey, you are intransigent, flaccid, rococo, and anti-disestablishmentarianistic.
Yes, I know. In fact, some of the young ladies back in Dixon years ago roasted me on them qualities. I never complained. If they coaxed me for a lock, snarl, or snippet of my hair, I'd give it to them with an easy smile, casual belly laugh.
Oh, you're a big man, Uncle Fletcher. In fact, you're the golden soul of the buttercup.
That's right.
Well, what is all this? Whose clothes are those? What's up? Something's up. It's written all over your face.
I have here a policeman's uniform. Really, God? I have here a policeman's uniform, and I'm going to put it on. Let's see it. Are you expecting company this afternoon, say?
No.
The day spreads out tranquilly like smooth, glassy waters without press, rendezvous, or commitment?
Get to the point.
You're out of sorts and peevish?
No, only this sounds like new craziness.
It's the kind of thing which I knew from experience you're apt to view in the light of craziness.
Oh, my.
You people will probably be interested in the...
Hold it a minute, Uncle Fletcher.
Right.
That's a policeman's uniform you got there?
It is.
You're going to put it on?
I am.
You've quit your job and joined the police force?
We might as well go through with the childish play acting, I expect. Yes, I've quit my job and joined the police force.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I have also sent in an order for 2 locomotives and a dirigible balloon.
Uh-huh.
I try out for third base with the Denver, Colorado baseball team next Friday. And I'm marrying a Miss Lucille Stockerfield in August 1st.
That's dandy.
Now, do you want to listen to the facts?
Please.
Speaking of young ladies coaxing me for a lock, snarl, or snippet of my hair, I'll never forget a certain Miss Dorothy Hugel there in Andersonville, Kentucky.
Hold it another minute, Uncle Fletcher.
Yep.
All right, Vic.
Chief of Police William Cullerton will be here in a few minutes. He's going to use our living room for police headquarters a little while this afternoon. His office is being torn up by plasters and paper hangers. There's so much noise and din and confusion that he can't work. Well, I met him when I dropped in the little tiny petite peasant tea shop for a sandwich. He just about decided to go fishing, but he'd had a batch of telegrams saying from some famous cook called Courtney Van Cortlandt, the cunning culprit from Covington, Kentucky, was loose in the vicinity. So he figured he better stick around. I suggested he come here. He said, fine. So I said
You're talking too fast, eh? You're excited. Slow down.
This is the kind of business you generally object to, is the reason that I'm excited.
Well, let's begin again and take it easy.
Who's the famous cook that's loose in the vicinity, Gus? Courtney Van Cortlandt, the cunning culprit from Covington, Kentucky.
Say, he sounds like a high-class desperado.
He's also known as the intrepid evildoer of El Dorado, Arkansas.
Say, boy.
Let's begin again, Vic, and take it easy. The chief of police is coming here.
Yes.
When?
He's due this minute.
Why is he coming here?
Because the plasters and paper hangers are redecorating the city hall and his office is in an uproar.
He's going to use our living room for an office.
Well, only for an hour or so, just to receive a telephone call. He would have slipped off and gone fishing, only he thought he'd better stick around on account of Ronald Rodman, the ruthless ruffian from Radford, Rhode Island.
Who's he?
Oh, the same character under a different alias.
Why, George, he is a catbird, no mistake.
You met the chief of police in a restaurant.
Yes, the tiny petite peasant tea shop. We both stopped in for a sandwich.
I see.
Anything wrong with that?
No.
Chief Cullerton is a pal of mine. I wanted to help him out.
Of course.
His shoes look enigmatic, Dave.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're just awful sorry.
So my living room is to be turned into a police station, huh?
I knew you'd put it that way.
Is there another way of putting it?
Chief Cullerton is just going to sit here quiet on the Davenport and take a telephone call. There won't be any string of criminals parading in and out. He's just going to sit here quiet on the Davenport and take his telephone call and be available for any information concerning this famous bad man, Irving Isherwood, the injurious ingrate from Indianapolis, Indiana.
Is that the same fella, Gus?
Yeah, he's known under a variety of names.
The young ladies used to roast me a good deal with affectionate handles that caused general laughter.
Now, is that so, Uncle Fletcher? And you're going to wear a policeman's suit?
Chief Cullerton has been kind enough to deputize me.
Oh, my.
I can arrest people.
Don't bother looking at me.
I got this star and this billy club and these pants with the stripes down the side and a policeman cap, and I can arrest people.
You'll enjoy that, Rick, honey.
Yes, Dick, honey, you'll enjoy that.
Oh, you think this is childish, do you?
Not at all. It's very grown up and smart. My husband comes home from the office in the middle of the afternoon yelling and gibbering that he's turned the living room into a police station. He's got a uniform and a star and a cap with an isinglass peak on it and struts around and
Hello, VR. You there?
Here he is, Gus, the chief of police. He's in the kitchen.
Oh, hello, Chief. Come on in, Chief. I'm in the living room, Chief. It's the Chief.
Fine.
We're waiting for you, Chief.
Who's this?
Chief of police.
I got something in my tooth.
Hey, Uncle Fletcher. I can arrest you by one.
Go away.
No, but I can't.
Go away, Vic, honey. Leave loose from my coat collar.
Did you spalpeen? I'm after arresting the lights for you in the name of the law.
That's an Irish cop, by George.
Yes.
Nature, you murdering jailbirds and the jailers that have to throw you in prison, are you?
Oh, leave loose.
Good afternoon. What's all this?
Well, good afternoon, Chief Cullerton. Come in. Sit down.
back again. We go to the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block. Vic has donned his deputy policeman's uniform and is standing proudly beside the bookcase. Sade and young Rush are seated on the Davenport, listening and watching. Keith Cullerson occupies the place of honor at the library table, and Uncle Fletcher, in Vic's easy chair, is engaged in his favorite pastime of monopolizing the conversation.
Cobden L. McQuirk invented a vinegar bottle that you buttoned with a button instead of stopping with a stopper. He married a woman 19 years old, deserted the powdered rabbit business in favor of the sleeved elbow wrench business, painted his entire house and barn without the use of either paint or paintbrush, and later died.
Quite a feller.
There was never another like him on the face of the earth. That was Mervyn J. Welchworth. It will take me 1 hour and 45 minutes to completely describe Mervyn J. Welchworth.
Well, go ahead.
Uncle Fletcher, I think Steve Cullerson has something to say.
Right. First of all, Mervyn L. Welchworth refused all drinking water that hadn't come from some stream flowing out of Idaho.
What did you start to say, Mr. Cullerson?
Only that I feel this is something of an intrusion. I bumped into your husband in that little restaurant there on Center Street, and he was obliging enough to invite me to spend an hour or so here in your home. Make any telephone calls that might be transferred from the city hall.
Is anybody listening to me tell about Mervyn L. Welchworth?
I don't think so, Uncle Fletcher.
Fine.
If it hadn't been for this desperado that's loose, I'd have taken the afternoon off and gone up to Mackinac River near Carlock there and tried to catch a few catfish.
He's a real tough guy, ain't he, Chief?
So, I guess.
Regulars the purloining pickpocket from Pittston, Pennsylvania. Is that another one of his aliases, Doc?
Yeah. And he gives himself those fancy names, VR. Actually, on the record, he's simply Pete McPunker, Chief Crook.
And I prefer the more colorful titles. Newland Nessenden, the Newland that Nemo was nothingness. Sounds a lot better than Pete McPunker, Chief Crook.
Yeah, I guess so. No, Mrs. Cook, as I was saying, I don't like to intrude into your home this way. I suppose VR told you the plasters and paper hangers have got my office in shambles.
Yes, he mentioned it.
If it hadn't been for that, I wouldn't have taken the pen.
Telephone's ringing.
Oh, I'll get it. I believe the telephone is ringing.
Shall I use my Irish dialect, Chief?
How do you mean?
They should be chambers at top of the morning to Mrs. Casey, and what is the matter with your old man?
Talk to me, VR?
Sure.
What are you saying?
Yesterday afternoon, I am sitting in the park, Begorra, and from Spalpeen he comes up to me and he says, "And when did old Ireland produce the likes of you, me boy lad?"
I don't get it.
Answer the telephone, Rush.
Okay. Don't take that telephone, Rush. It's probably official police business.
Okay.
Well, are you just going to let the telephone ring?
Chief Cullerson, shall I use my dialect? Shall I talk like an Irish officer?
Oh, Sunday.
Well, shall I?
I don't care.
Maybe I better just use my normal manners speaking.
Suit yourself.
Yeah, I'll just use my normal manners speaking.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
Telephone's quit ringing now.
Yeah.
I'll just use my normal manners speaking.
You'll enjoy that.
Hello?
Party's probably hung up.
Hello?
Yeah, they hung up.
Hello?
Say hello in Irish.
Hello?
Oh,
I believe the party's hung up.
certainly odd that they should have hung up.
Quite mysterious.
Maybe it was Sheldon Slunk, the snarling sneak from Sibley, South Dakota.
Quite mysterious, that was. Yes, my daughter Florence in there. Florence!
Listen.
Mr. Sproul, I think.
Hello, is that you, Mr. Sproul?
I'm hunting for my daughter Florence.
Oh, she's not here, Mr. Sproul, but come on in anyway.
Yes. Oh, we'll just clutter up the police headquarters.
Oh, land sick, what a thing to say. Police headquarters.
Who's this coming in, you say?
An elderly gentleman from across the alley, Mr. Sproul.
He's on deck, huh?
Yes, and you be nice to him.
I'm nice to the different ones. What was it the poet Harry McSplant said about the rendering of lard?
I don't know. Come on in, Mr. Sproul.
I have to stop a minute and fix my shawl and bonnet that's slipping off.
I have to stop a minute and fix my shawl and bonnet that's slipping off.
We heard him.
The poet Harry McSplant said something about the rendering of lard, which has a very close connection with this matter. Are you familiar with the poet Harry McSplant, Cullerson?
No, I'm not.
You've never been in Central Illinois?
I'm in Central Illinois now. Lived in Central Illinois all my life.
That's funny.
Yeah, I laugh at it all day long.
Yes, indeed.
My daughter Florence ain't over home. I went down to the grocery store to get me some of them peanuts with the chocolate smeared on the outsides, and what's the matter here?
Well, not a thing, Mr. Sproul.
I ain't done nothing.
Oh, don't be frightened, Mr. Sproul. There's nothing wrong.
I mind my own business.
Sure you do. Mr. Sproul, I want you to...
I ain't committed no crime.
He's going to crawl under the Davenport.
No, Mr. Sproul. Listen now.
I'm going to crawl under the Davenport.
Grab him, Beth.
Yes, no.
He scared me.
I ain't committed no crime.
Shall I give him a little of my Irish dialect?
Oh, get away. I'll handle this.
I'll give him some of my Swedish dialect.
Get away, I said.
He's scared.
Sitting here cool and comfortable and relaxed makes me think of the
Mr.
time.
Sproul, stop trembling. I'll see that no harm comes to you. This isn't any policeman. This is Mr. Cook.
I behave myself. I obey the laws.
Sure you do. Look close at this policeman. See? It's Mr. Cook.
First as we go after tossing the likes to you as pretty as I am, ye spalpeen.
No, go away.
Talking the Irish language wasn't wise. I don't believe they can.
Talking the Irish language was real smart. Vic, why don't you use your head?
Well, Thunder, I was only trying to put him at his ease.
I want to go home. I don't want to go to jail.
Oh, Mr. Sproul, let me introduce you to Mr. Cullerson.
How do you do, sir?
I spilled all my peanuts with the chocolate smeared on the outsides.
Well, Rush will pick them up for you.
Sure thing.
Mr. Sproul, let me introduce you to Mr. Cullerson.
I want to go home.
Mr. Cullerson is the chief of police.
No.
There ain't nobody going to murder you, Sproul.
Murder me, you say?
Oh, the heck with it.
I want to go home.
Yes, maybe that would be the best thing. Sure, you run along home.
The different policemen going to chase me?
The policemen will stay right where they are.
I'll go home now.
Yes.
Oh, I haven't got all your chocolate-coated peanuts picked up yet.
Never mind. Goodbye, Mr. Sproul.
Bye.
It was just awful nice of you to drop in.
Thank you very much. I had a pleasant time. I enjoyed myself very much.
Well, that's good.
I enjoyed myself very much, but now I'm going home.
Be sure and come back again soon for another visit.
Yes, indeed.
I'm pleased to have met you, sir.
The ecstasy was all mine.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye, Miss Sproul.
Bye.
That was a fine thing.
Well, you needn't glare at me like I just massacred 80 people, say.
You in your policeman's uniform.
I'm the one that's at fault, Mrs. Cook. It didn't occur to me that it'd be a pretty intrusive thing to turn a lady's living room into a temporary police station. It didn't occur to me.
Oh, yes, Mr. Cullerson. If it hadn't been this, it would have been something else.
Meaning that I'm a fathead, I expect.
You in your policeman's suit. Serve you right if Mr. Sproul never spoke to you again.
I'll tell you people what the poet Harry McSplant said about the rendering of lard. Harry McSplant said...
Telephone's ringing.
I believe that is the telephone.
Official police business. I'll get it.
Yeah, you get it. Yeah.
Somebody might have a clue as to the whereabouts of Harrison Hope, the heedless hoodlum of Harrisburg, Ohio. Same fellow, Mr. Cullerson?
Yes, sir.
Hello? And who is it, please? This is headquarters. State your business.
again now to Vic and Sade.
The poet Harry McSplotch left fiendish Indiana to go to Dismal Seepage, Ohio. He left Dismal Seepage, Ohio to go to Sweet Esther, Wisconsin. He settled down permanent in Sweet Esther, Wisconsin, married a woman 20 years old, later died.
You have the widest variety of pals I ever heard of.
You couldn't crowd all my pals in the stockyards there in Chicago. If you took every hog pen in that great city and jammed it cram slam full of my
Telephone's ringing. Official police business. I'll get it.
I'll get it.
What do you mean?
My friends at call-up have been startled enough by you and your police business and Irish talk and talk. One side. Hello? Yes? Why, yes, he is. Just 1 second. Uncle Fletcher, to you.
For me?
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to kiss no woman.
What are you talking about?
I positively refuse to kiss some darn woman.
Well, who said anything about that?
Collerson here.
Why, I didn't either.
I thought I understood you to request me to step to the telephone and kiss some half-wit woman.
Thunder, no.
Well, anyway, this ain't any woman, it's a man. I believe it's Michigan from Michigan, Michigan.
Well, in that case, Sadie Hunter, you may hand me the receiver. I'm always glad to communicate with Michigan from Michigan, but I make a determined stand never to range up to the lame brain telephone and kiss some fat-headed woman. Hello.
Never open a trap by kissing any woman.
Hello, Faith. All right, Faith. Goodbye, Faith.
Short conversation.
Yes, indeed. No, but getting back to the poet Harry McSplotch, a good many of the different ones consider Harry a little bass in the belfry. That's a slang expression. I believe the slang expression bats in the belfry was coined in either 1909 or 1910.
I forgot my shawl.
I believe this is our elderly friend from across the alley back with us.
Yeah. I forgot my shawl, and I forgot my peanuts with the chocolate smeared on the outside.
Must have recovered his nerve.
I got a fellow with me. Maybe he's rounded up his gang and plans to clean up my net.
That's about all we need for this particular afternoon.
I forgot my shawl, my peanuts with the chocolate smeared on the outsides, and I got this fellow with me.
Another hilariously funny thing about the poet Harry McSplotch, he always refused.
Well, how do you do, sir?
How do you do, ma'am?
Anything I can do for you?
Well, I met this old geezer outside. He said there was a couple of coppers in here.
Yes, indeed, and that's right, Begorra.
Are you the chief of police?
No.
I am. Oh, well, I'm your baby. Everybody's after me so hot and heavy that I decided to give myself up and save a lot of bother.
Yeah? Who are you?
Well, some people call me Milton Mulberry, the mischief monarch from Malden, Massachusetts.
Hey, Courtney Van Cortlandt, the cunning culprit from Covington, Kentucky?
I'm him, too.
Isaac Inkerson, the intrepid evildoer from El Dorado, Arkansas?
Yeah, in person.
Really, though, you're Pete McBunker, is that right?
That's right.
And you're giving yourself up?
If you don't mind too much.
Right, George, stuff happens.
Mr. Sproul, if there's a reward for this man, you're the lad that'll receive it.
I like them peanuts with the chocolate smeared on the outside.
Yeah, I like him myself.
Them peanuts with the chocolate smeared on the outsides is good.
Vic, I think we'd better take this back. Hey, Vic, where'd you go? Where'd he go?
Vic!
Hey.
Come down from there. Climb down off of that bookcase.
Bristol Myers, makers of Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern with our guest tonight, Cass Daly, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you leave me to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Tonight, Cass Daly. Well, she's sort of a Martha Ray, a Betty Hutton, and a Judy Canova, all rolled up into a Marjorie Main. Yeah, one of them hotshot dames, Duffy, full of vim, vigor, and vitality. In fact, they tell me that when a vitamin pill is feeling low, it takes one of her. And what a voice. You ought to hear her new phonograph record, All Right, Louie Dropped the Gun. Yeah, she sings it so loud Louie could shoot the gun and nobody would hear it. What does she look like? Well, let me put it this way. You know them trick mirrors down at Coney Island? Well, on them, Cass Daly looks beautiful. Worse looking than your daughter? Well, it's hard to say, you know. It'd be kind of a Mexican standoff. Huh? Well, why do you ask that question? You think it's time Miss Duffy got married? I could have told you that 20 years ago. Huh? You want to put up a dowry of $500 to get her a husband? Really? Duffy, your daughter's got an agent. Did you hear that, Eddie? Duffy is offering $500 to get a guy to marry Miss Duffy.
Marry Miss Duffy? Well, that shouldn't be too tough.
You don't think so?
Oh, they split the atom, didn't they? Hey, look, why don't you marry Miss Duffy and collect the money yourself?
Ah, no, Eddie, her and me ain't got enough in common. You see, I'm a man and she's Miss Duffy. No, I don't mind a dame being homely looking, but she makes a fetish of it. I wonder who we could get to marry her.
Yeah, she might be a pretty good wife for somebody.
Yeah, but who though?
Well,
let's see.
Well, guess that exhausts the possibilities.
Yeah, but there must be some crackpot that'd marry her, though.
The only trouble is, if he's a crackpot, the chances are he's already married.
Now, let's see, who could we get? Of course, in a pinch, there's always Tommy Manville.
Naughty Shaw.
No, I think he's already bagged his limit. Besides, guys like that is too sophisticated and too choosy, you know. We got to get somebody, as I say, somebody more on the crackpot side. Oh, hello, Finnegan.
What?
Hello, Finnegan.
What?
I said hello. What are you trying to do?
Nothing much. Just jockeying for position.
Eddie, I think this might be just the man. Finnegan, how would you like to get married?
Arch, I didn't know you cared.
Finnegan, I ain't speaking on my own behalf. What I meant was, how would you like to marry Miss Duffy?
How would you like a punch in the nose?
Now, just a minute. She ain't that bad. Besides, her father's got a lot of dough.
Oh, yeah? Then why don't you marry her yourself?
How would you like a punch in the nose? Why don't you think about it, though, Finnegan? You know, marriage might be a good thing for a guy like you. It might bring you a lot of happiness.
Arch, what good is happiness?
What good is happiness?
Yeah. Can it buy money? Besides, me father has always been very much against me getting married.
He has, really? Well, why does he feel that way?
I don't know. Something about civilization.
I see what he means. But I still can't help feeling that there's something that, that you and Miss Duffy was meant for each other.
How do you figure?
Well, it's a cinch you two wasn't meant for anybody else.
Very sorry, Art, but you'll have to get another guy.
Yeah, but who? Who can I get?
Oh, wait a minute. You think she'd be interested in a dentist that owns his own Cadillac?
That could be.
A guy that has a yacht and about $1 million.
$1 million? She certainly would be. Do you know such a guy?
No, but I'll keep my eyes open.
And I think maybe it'd be better if you kept your mouth shut. Now, Let me alone. I gotta get that $500 figured.
Yeah, well, if you're gonna get it, you better get it fast. That gal ain't getting no younger.
You ain't kidding. In fact, she's reached the age where she ain't even getting older. Hey, wait a minute. Ixnay on the conversation. Hey, here she comes.
Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy.
Guess what?
What?
I'm thinking of getting engaged.
Engaged? What'd you do? Lie about your face? I mean, who are you engaged to? What's the guy's name?
Elmer.
That figures. This Elmer sounds like just the right man for you, Miss Duffy.
But you haven't even seen him.
No, but I've seen you. Tell me, what's Elmer's last name?
How do I know? We're not married yet.
Oh. Well, what makes you think that the guy's intentions are serious?
Last night I had to slap him 3 times.
He got fresh?
No, he didn't. That's the thing about him, Archie. He hasn't tried to kiss me or make love to me. He hasn't even tried to hold my hand.
Well, then you're in.
What do you mean?
Already he's acting like a husband. I think you better grab this guy off quick, Miss Duffy. A dame like you don't get too many chances.
Oh, yeah? You should have $1 for every time I've been proposed to.
Miss Duffy, being asked to play shortstop by the Pitkin Avenue Tigers can hardly be called a proposal. Now tell me, when are you going to see this Elmer again?
Oh, he's coming down here tonight.
Oh, good. Excuse me a minute. Eddie, could you let me have a $10 advance on that $500?
No, wait a minute now. She ain't married yet.
She's as good as married. She says she's going out with him.
So what?
Any guy dumb enough to take that dame out is dumb enough to marry her.
Friends, brush your teeth twice a day with Ipana toothpaste. That's the Ipana way for healthier gums, for brighter teeth, for a sparkling, more beautiful smile. That's what dentists all over the country say, too. 8 out of 10 dentists say the Ipana way works. Try the Ipana way yourself. It's professionally approved dental care. 1, between regular visits to your dentist, brush all tooth surfaces with Ipana toothpaste at least twice a day. 2, massage gums the way your dentist advises to stimulate gum circulation. That's all. But see the difference Ipana toothpaste can make to your teeth, to your smile. Notice Ipana's wonderful flavor, too. How it leaves your mouth fresher, your breath cleaner. You'll really like Ipana and what it can do for you. So get a tube first chance you can. Remember, a good dentifrice like a good dentist is never a luxury. Make the Ipana way your way to healthier gums, brighter teeth, a more sparkling smile. The Ipana smile, the smile of beauty.
Well, Eddie, it won't be long now. We get this Elmer guy to marry Miss Duffy, and I collect $500.
Yeah, but getting the man to marry ain't gonna be easy.
What do you mean?
Well, look at it logically. A marriage license costs $2, don't it?
Yeah.
Well, for the same investment, the man could get a license to marry Hedy Lamarr.
Well, so what? Maybe Elmer wouldn't know the difference. You know, the old verboten, Eddie, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Hey, wait a minute. I think I got something in my eye.
Something in your eye?
Yeah, ain't that Cass Daly that just come in?
Well, it ain't Hedy Lamarr.
Cass, welcome to the Tavern. Here, let me look at you. You know, you ain't changed a bit.
Thanks, Archie. Let me look at you. You haven't changed a bit either.
Well, so much for insults.
So this is Duffy's Tavern, huh?
That's right.
You know something, Archie? It reminds me a lot of the inside of the Brown Derby.
Inside the Brown Derby, huh?
Yeah, the sweatband.
Jokes like that's going to bring back radio. But tell me, Cass, what's new in Hollywood?
Well, things are pretty bad.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, you know, we actresses are beginning to feel the pinch.
What's new about that? but things are really tough out there, huh?
Yeah, Archie, you know, it's getting so bad in Hollywood that the agents are getting jobs for each other.
They ever get them for anybody else? But, what have you got to worry about? You know, you're full of pep and vinegar. You'll always be successful.
Well, thanks.
Tell me, how do you get all that energy and vitality?
Oh, clean living.
What a price to pay for success. And from what you told me, Cass, I guess I gave up my movie career in the nick of time. Looks like I'm just as well off being just a plain bartender.
You know something? That's what I could never understand, Arch.
What?
Well, why you gave up a big movie career just to be a bartender?
Well, I took a long-range viewpoint. You see, I figured that long after MGM and Paramount have crumbled into the dust, there'll still be drunks. Another thing that I feel...
Say, Art, I was just... Well, that's you pissed.
Finnegan, this is Cass Daly. Cass, this is Clifton Finnegan.
Oh, I'm sorry. If I had known how to send flowers.
Just a minute, Art. Who is this dame? What's her racket?
She's a singer.
Oh, some racket.
You've heard her. It so happens her success ain't only due to her singing, no, Finnegan. She's very clever in a lot of ways.
Oh, yeah? Tell me, sister, can you hold your breath till your face turns purple?
No.
Can you recite Gunga Din backwards?
No.
Can you whistle Swanee River through your ears?
No.
Boy, you sure going a long way with no talent.
Finnegan, please stop annoying the customers, will you?
Pardon me, Miss Daly, but didn't I see you in the snake pit?
Miss Duffy, please.
Archie.
Yeah?
The one that just left.
Yeah?
Is this his brother?
Get her. Look, sister, you know you're no Ray Milland yourself.
Wait a minute. Stop this argument here, girls. Hey, wait a minute. The one on the left should have a razor blade on her heels. Let me take a look at you two dames a minute. Them faces. Eddie, has the clock stopped?
Not only stopped, it lost the hour.
Well, this gives me an idea, though. Excuse me, girls. Eddie, take a gander at them two tomatoes. Look at them both at the same time.
Yeah.
You focused? Tell me, did you ever see Miss Duffy look better? You see, as Einstein says, everything is relative. So when Elmer gets here, one look at Cass Daly and anything will look good to him.
You mean...
Yep, even her.
Now, look, fun is fun, Archie. How do I get out of this place?
Wait a minute, you can't leave yet, Cass.
Well, I have to. I'm sorry. I have an appointment at the beauty parlor.
That's the last place you should go. I mean, sit down and have a bite to eat. Keep your face around.
Me? Eat here? In this proving ground for ulcers?
Oh, at least you can try. Here, look over the bill of fare.
Well, I guess I'm stuck. Okay. I think I'll start out with some oysters.
I'm sorry, but you're out of luck with the oysters, sir.
But it says right here on the menu, oysters.
I know, but we only got 2 of them, and we're saving them for breeding purposes. Perhaps our maitre d' can suggest something else. Oh, gargoyle. Gargoyle.
Yes?
I'm talking to Eddie. Eddie, our guest is ravished. What would you suggest?
Well, Miss Daly, how would you like some nice golden brown southern fried chicken?
Gee, you mean with candied yams covered with rich country gravy?
Yeah, hot biscuits and honey.
Boy, that sounds delicious. Have you got it?
No, but we were really living there for a minute, wasn't we?
Look, kids, how about a hamburger?
Well, okay, let's get it over with. I'll take a hamburger.
Will you take it home or let it eat you here?
Eddie, please.
Well, here, one hamburger coming up.
Go ahead, Cass. Take a bite. Well, what do you think of it?
Well, I don't know whether it's a burp or a weenie.
Oh, honey, you did practically all of them, huh?
Now, look at here. I got to get out of here.
Where are you going? Wait a minute. You can't leave yet.
I got to get out of here.
You got to remember your public, Kiss. You can't leave yet. A customer just requested a song.
Oh, really? Well, who requested it?
Some drunk. Please, Cass, sing something. At least sing something until Elmer gets here, huh?
Till Elmer gets here.
Well, that's an old expression around here. Let's sing till Elmer gets here.
Yeah.
Maddie, the music, please. Now, go ahead, sing something, Cass.
Okay, Art. Okay, stand back. Here I go. Well, all right, Louie, drop the gun, boy. You're not fooling anyone. Get your horse and stop the run. All right, Louie, drop the gun.
Yes.
All right, Louie, drop the gun, boy.
How can she yell like that with nobody beating her?
So get your horse
Yes, please.
and stop the run.
Please, stop the music. Stop the music. Look. You see, it's nothing personal, Cass. Nothing personal, but that voice of yours, you see, this is a very old building, and... Have you anything a little softer?
A little softer?
Yeah.
Well, I might have. Listen.
Okay.
Now here's a story with a moral. And all you gals better pay some mind. 'Cause if you find a man worth keeping, be satisfied. Make sure to treat him kind. 'Cause a good man is hard to find. You'll always get the other kind. Just when you think that he's your pal, you come around and find him messing around some other gal. And then you rave, you even crave to see him land right in his grave. So if your man is nice, take my advice. Hug him in the morning, kiss him every night, give him plenty of loving, treat him right, because a good man nowadays is hard to find. Yes, sirree, girls, you know, once I had a man of my own, yeah, and since he's gone, boy, I really miss him. You see, most girls have to kiss a man to hold him. But me, I have to hold him to kiss him. He wasn't much of look for culture, and he had a funny pan. As a matter of fact, he wasn't much of anything, but at least he was a man. And if he comes back to my little grass shack, I'm gonna hug him in the morning, kiss him every night, give him plenty of loving, treat him right, because a good man nowadays is hard to find. Yes, sirree, folks. He takes an opportunity not but once. And when that once is gone, sister, it's gone forever. So, girls, if you get a man, there's just one but. Keep a smile on your face and keep your big mouth shut. I've learned my lesson now, and everything's fine. And if he comes back, I'll never step out of line. 'Cause I know what to do when the day's through. Gonna hug him in the morning, kiss him every night, give him plenty of loving, treat him right.
Yes, that was wonderful.
Well, thank you, Archie. Now let me get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. Yes, please, come back here.
I'm sorry, no more arguments. This time I'm leaving.
Look, you can't, Cass. I'll come clean with you. You see, there's a guy coming down here tonight, an eligible bachelor, you see.
A bachelor come down here tonight? Well, how peachy. What's he like?
Well, he wears pants, and he's alive.
Well, that's good enough for me, boy. Eddie, trot out another hamburger.
You know something? Summer's just a bud and a breeze away. And to a lot of fellows, that means tennis, golf, swimming, and dry, unruly hair. Because that's just what happens when sun, wind, and water get working on your hair. But it needn't, you know. Not when you protect your hair with Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout. No hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains 2 of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking hair of head you ever had. You look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Miss Archie, this poor Elmer.
What do you mean, poor Elmer?
Well, I don't think it's fair to a guy trying to get him married to Miss Duffy.
But, Eddie, she could make the guy happy. Just picture it. He comes home from work at night, and there she is, waiting for him with his slippers and his pipe and his blindfold. And she folds his paper and... Wait a minute. Look what just arrived.
Archie, I'd like you to meet my new boyfriend. Elmer, this is Archie.
Howdy do, bub.
He could get B.O. plenty. Well, glad to see you, Elmer.
Thanks.
Have a cigarette?
Thanks.
Elmer, when you light it, be sure you don't hold the match too close to that collar. Tell me, what do you do for a living, Elmer?
Elmer has his own farm.
Farm, huh?
Yep.
He raises hogs.
This I could have told you when he came in. Well, make yourself to home, Elmer. What can I offer you? A beer, a bourbon, a bath?
Never touch him.
Tell me, Elmer, this farm, is it a pretty big farm?
Yep.
Run it all by yourself, do you?
Yep.
Must get pretty lonesome sometimes, don't it?
Yep.
Especially nights.
Yep.
This guy sounds like Gary Cooper. Elmer, you say you raise hogs?
Mm-hmm. Hogs, cows, chickens, horses.
Elmer, have you ever thought of completing this menagerie?
Archie, this is very embarrassing.
Now, look, young feller, be you hitting for me to marry this gal?
I do be.
Well, nothing doing. I ain't figuring on getting hitched.
Miss Duffy, get out of sight for a minute. I'll handle this. Look, Elmer, what you need on that farm is a woman. A woman to cook your meals, put up the preserves, darn your socks, pull the plow.
Pull the plow? I got a horse for that.
Don't you ever feel that you'd like to give the horse a day off? And think of them hogs, Elmer. Them hogs need a mother's love, too. Why don't you consider Miss Duffy?
No, son, I'm getting on in years. I ain't got long to go. I think I'll just finish it out with the hogs. Besides, I always figured if I got married, I'd like to have something around the farm that looked better than animals.
But look at her over there, Elmer. She's real healthy, you know. Good, strong set of teeth. Not too sway back. From what I hear, she ain't had a spavin in years.
Sorry, nothing doing.
Oh, well, I guess I gotta play me ace. Cass?
Yeah? Yes, Archie?
Come here a minute. Elmer?
Yep?
You know how when you're in a cow pasture, the cow pasture on the other side always looks greener?
Yep.
Then when you get over to the other cow pasture, the first one looks better to you?
Yep.
Elmer, I'd like you to meet the other cow pasture.
Well, hello, Elmer. Say, you're kind of cute.
Well, rotate my crops and call me dizzy if she ain't a looker there. Hey, sister, are you single?
Yep.
You think I'm kind of cute?
Yup.
Do you like farms?
Yup.
I like the way she talks.
Holy cat. I think I have created a Frankenstein. I gotta break this thing up. Elmer, tell me, do you like good music, do you?
Uh-huh, love it.
I thought you might. Kiss, why don't you sing a song to Elmer? You know, one of them nice square dance type of songs like Louis Dropped the Gun, you know?
Sure, well, all right, Archie. Would you like to hear me sing, Elmer?
Yep. Will you do it?
Yup. Okay, Cass, let him have it. I knew that song would do it. Well, Elmer, what's new?
Well, Archie, I've made up my mind.
You're going to get married?
Yep.
To Miss Duffy?
Nope.
You mean you're going to marry Cass Daly?
Yep.
After hearing her sing that song?
That's just it. As I told you, I'm getting along in years, and my lungs ain't what they used to be. Someday I'm going to need a voice like that for calling hogs.
Yes, it's a hit. Thousands of men have switched to new Benex brushless shave cream. Thousands are discovering that Benex gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Mister, it's time you, too, tried Benex, the new wonder shave with a sensational beard-softening formula.
Benex brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Benex doesn't clog or razor or drain.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Benex yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a big 25-cent tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Benex, Benex, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Benex brushless or get a big 25-cent tube free by writing Benex, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's new. It's amazing. It's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you The Life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. For several years now, Chester A. Riley has lived in a small suburb of Los Angeles. And Riley, being the man he is, has left his mark upon the neighborhood. So tonight, as he returns home from a hard day's work, his passage down the street does not go unnoticed. Take, for instance, the Werners' Cocker Spaniel. Ah, just look at that cute little pup there, panting happily, his tail wagging gaily.
And then he sees Riley. But Riley walks blithely on. And as he crosses the street, the policeman on the corner shouts a greeting.
Hey, you blind or something, I'll give you a ticket for jaywalking.
But Riley walked on unperturbed. Halfway down the block, he passes Joe's fruit stand.
Hey, you! Put back that grape!
But Riley ignores these rebuffs from a cruel material world. For now, he's almost home, where he can always count on his loving wife and children to shower him with the tenderness, admiration, and respect that is his due as master of the house.
Oh, hi, everybody.
Hello, Daddy.
Hiya, Pop. Well, come home at last.
Goodbye, Daddy.
Bye, Pop. Hey, wait. Come back in here, you two.
Well, what's wrong?
We're in a hurry. Never mind. Come in here. Got a way to greet me when I come home after a hard day's work? Hello, goodbye. You're the rudest kids I ever saw.
But, Daddy...
Don't try to deny it. You don't know the first thing about common courtesy.
Yeah, but
don't try to deny it. After all, I'm your father.
But, Daddy...
Don't try to deny it.
I'm sorry, Daddy.
I'm sorry, Pop. Fine pair of kids you turned out to be. Hello, goodbye. Why, when you were babies and all you could say was burp, we had longer conversations.
Well, gee, we said we're sorry, Pop.
I get more attention from that cocker spaniel down the street. At least he tries to bite me. But you just ignore me. Me, the guy who's always thinking of you. Look, here's a grape I brought home for you.
We were in a hurry, Daddy.
Where you going? It's supper time.
Oh, we ate early.
Yeah, we're going to the movies. We're going to see Gentleman's Agreement.
Fine kids I got. You'd rather pay good dough to sit in a theater and watch a gentleman than stay home and look at me. Don't cost you nothing.
We'll be back early, Daddy, dear. We've got to go now, Junior.
Oh, yeah, it's late.
You're staying home tonight.
Oh, but, Pop,
Oh, Riley. What's the trouble, dear?
Now, this don't concern you, Peg. Hello, Peg. Now, take your coats off.
But, Daddy, I made a date to meet Jody at the theater.
And I meet Egghead Gillis.
I don't care how many dates you made.
But, Riley...
Please, Peg. My head's made up. You kids can't go to the movies unless you first get permission from the head of this house.
Well, we did.
Uh-huh. You see, Peg, how they make up stuff? I never said they could go.
Dear, I said they could.
Well, have a good time at the movies, kids.
Hello there, Riley.
Oh, it's you, Gilly.
What are you so grouchy about?
Oh, it's those kids of mine. I caught them sneaking off to the movies without permission. Boy, I told them off good. You know what I said?
How should I know? I ain't the kind of a snoopy guy who goes around eavesdropping on his next-door neighbors.
Well, I told them plenty.
You were right. Why should they pay dough to watch a gentleman when they can stay home and look at you?
Gillis, you heard.
Well, we got free speech in this country, so I help myself. Hey, what are you writing there?
Suggestion. You know, for that contest here at the plant.
Well, you don't think you're going to cut one of them prizes?
Well, why not? Believe me, I got some great ideas.
Oh, your wife's been helping you.
Just what do you mean by that, Gillis?
Well, you got a brain like this, Riley. Well, let me put it another way. An empty bucket can't hold water unless somebody fills it.
Oh, yeah, well, my brain holds plenty of water. I do my own thinking. I'm the boss in my house.
Yeah, some boss. Like when the kids wanted to go to the movies.
Just didn't want to make no trouble.
No wonder your kids don't respect you. Hello, goodbye.
You think so, Gillis? You think that's it?
What else? They want something, they go to Peg. She makes the decision. Pretty soon they start ignoring you. Next thing you know, you're a stranger in the house. And one fine morning, you kiss Peg goodbye. Your junior turns to your Babs and says, "Who's the big jerk kissing Mama?"
You're right, Gillis. Peg's been running things long enough. From now on, I'm making all the decisions.
Now you're talking.
Peg ain't gonna push me around.
What are you, a man or a mouse?
All these years I've been a mouse. From now on, I'm a rat. Now, don't bother me now, Bed. Can't you see I'm busy? I got work to do.
Okay, I'll ask Mother. Mother, could you let me have 50 cents?
Oh, certainly, dear. Hand me my purse over there.
Just a minute. Bed, anytime you want money, you ask me for it, not your mother.
But, Riley, I can give it to her.
I make the money, and I'll dish it out.
All right, Daddy, will you dish it out like an angel?
I can put my hand in my pants pocket just as easy as your mother can. After all, I'm, funny, it must be the other pocket. Maybe here in my wallet. Maybe it's, Peg, will you lend me 50 cents?
Hand me my purse over there, Dad.
Here you are.
And these 2 quarters to your father.
Here, Daddy.
Thanks. Now, what was it you said you wanted?
50 cents.
Sorry, I can only let you have a quarter.
Oh, Daddy.
Would you deny your own father car fare tomorrow?
Well, I can manage with a quarter. Thanks, Daddy.
And like I said before, Ed, anytime you want money, you get it from me, not your mother.
Riley, what's gotten into you? You're not yourself tonight.
You bet I'm not, and it's about time there was a change. Things are going to be different from now on. Those kids are going to know I'm alive.
I don't understand you at all. Why are you acting like this?
I'll tell you why. So that if they ever catch someone kissing you, they'll know that I'm the big jerk that's doing it.
Dear, did you get your head caught in the bus door again?
No, I walked home. Please, Peg, I'm busy. I got work to do.
Oh, what are you so busy about, Daddy?
Never mind, Dad. Your father's got plenty to be busy about. He don't have to wait for your mother to tell me what to do. He does my own thinking.
All right, dear. I'm not arguing. Go ahead, think.
You know, I'm no dope. I just give that impression. You'll see. I'll cop one of those prizes in the contest.
What contest?
Down at the plant to increase the efficiency. They want suggestions from the workers, and I'm writing up my entry. It's a great idea. You see, every day...
Hey, Mom,
when
what's my blue sweater?
Junior, don't interrupt.
Oh, excuse me.
Well, you may as well listen to this, too.
I'm going out and play.
Never mind playing. Stay here and learn something. Now, here's my suggestion. You see, there's an awful lot of time wasted every day by 2,000 guys who have to stand in line to punch the time clock. So my suggestion is, let the first man who gets there punch all the cards. Well, great, huh?
But, dear, if one man punches all the cards, how'll they know when the other men come and go?
Mom's right.
What are you standing there for? Go out and play.
And then what happened, Riley?
Well, it was just like you said, Gillis. Peg tried to do my thinking for me, try to force ideas into my head. But she was up against a stone wall.
And then what happened?
Well, I decided I wouldn't enter the contest just to spite her. Then we had a little argument, but after all, it's my own business.
Oh, no, it ain't. This is bigger than any individual. It's us men against the opposition sex. And believe me, you're worse off than I thought. This situation has got to be put a stop to. You got to tell Peg off once and for all.
Wait, you really think so?
Positively. I won't get no rest until you do.
Well, I don't like to make a scene.
You don't have to. Handle it like I do with my wife, Honeybee.
Well, what do you do?
I write her a letter.
A letter?
Sure. Like last week, she kept nagging me for more dough. All day long, talk. But I didn't make no scene. I sat down and wrote her like this. Mrs. Honeybee Gillis. Dear Madam, drop dead.
Well, that's a little rough, Gillis.
I know, but I signed it your loving husband.
Well, so long as you were polite about it.
And the letter went great. She didn't talk to me for a week. You take a tip from me. Sit right down and write big a sarcastic letter.
Yeah, where's your pen? Oh, here. Dear Peg.
That's too friendly.
Yeah, you're right. I'll make it very businesslike. Dear Sir. Dear Mrs. Riley.
No, wait a minute. Let's think of something clever. She's a very bossy type. Bossy. Riley, I got it. Dear boss.
That is clever. Dear boss, I just want to say... well, what do I want to say, dear?
Say like this. Dear boss, for years I have been working just for you. You have always told me what to do and what to think. And naturally, I love that. You got that?
Yeah. Oh, that's great. And then I'll say...
Now, something real sarcastic.
Yeah. After all, I'm just a nobody. I have no brain. But you're so smart. A regular genius.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Then I'll finish up like this.
Yeah.
Therefore, I think it's very kind of you to let me hang around all these years. And let me have so much money every week, too.
And it's really too much. Why don't you just give me half?
That's right. Make her feel cheap.
Oh, this is a marvelous idea, Gillis. Boy, am I glad I learned to write. Comes in handy, you know.
Yeah, now close with, your devoted slave.
Oh, that's brilliant. Your devoted slave, Chester A. Riley. Yeah, now I'll put it in this envelope, and I'll mark it. For Peg Personal.
No. Make it, to the boss.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah. To the boss. Personal. I'll leave it right here on the table so she'll see it first thing tomorrow morning.
Well, Riley, you've done it.
Yep.
I got to hand it to you.
Yes, sir. And you know, Gillis, I got a feeling this letter's going to make a big change in my life.
The second act of The Life of Riley in a moment.
Say, Ken, a growing favorite with all the family is Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube.
That's right, and here are 2 reasons why Prell rates with families everywhere.
First, Prell rids hair of dulling soap film. Leaves hair radiantly soft, radiantly smooth, easy to manage.
Second, doctors' examinations prove that Prell removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes, and that regular Prell shampoos control such dandruff.
And just one trial will prove there's nothing so handy as that Prell tube. No messy jars, no slippery bottles. It's safe for youngsters, too.
And Prell goes far. A little makes mountains of lather. Is it any wonder that families everywhere are asking for...
P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy, too. P-R-E-L-L, Prell shampoo.
By Prell shampoo. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendick as Riley.
Stop worrying, Riley, and watch your machine. It's already 8:30 a.m. and you ain't done no work yet.
Well, I can't work, Gillis. I should never have written Peg that letter. It'll just upset her. I should never...
Did I ever steer you wrong? Believe me, when I made you write that letter, it was the best advice I could have given.
Well, maybe it works with your wife, but my Peg ain't like other wives.
All wives are the same. It's like in chemistry. Maybe iodine's got a few more molecules than arsenic, and arsenic's got a few more molecules than cyanide. But they're all poison.
Yeah, but Peg is different. She's very sensitive. I remember on our honeymoon when I missed the train, she got very upset.
She was younger in them days, and she was still in love with you then.
What do you mean then? We're in love now.
Yeah, but there's love and love. You've been married 17, 18 years. You're a little older. You're getting gray hairs.
Well, so what? Just because there's snow on the roof don't mean the fire's going out in the house.
All right, so you're still in love.
Yeah, and that's why that letter was a big mistake.
Riley, I don't make no mistakes. And when I made you write that letter, I done you the biggest favor of your life.
Yeah, but there's no telling what Peg will do when she reads that letter. Why, she might even leave me.
No, she wouldn't do that.
No, you don't know Peg.
You really think she'd leave you?
Yeah, and take the kids with her.
Riley, when you sent that letter, you made the biggest mistake of your life.
You got your nerve. Now he tells me I made a mistake.
Pass me that oil can.
Never mind the oil can. Tell me what to do.
Don't ask me. If there's one thing I never do, it's advise a guy how to run his marriage.
Boy, you got me into this in the first place. If it hadn't been for you,
Throw me that oil can already.
I'll throw it to you, all right?
Hey, wait, look out! Now look what you've done. You hit the dynamo. I bet you short-circuited the whole plant.
I didn't know what I was doing. It was an accident.
You're going to catch it for this.
Yeah, I ain't scared. They can't scare me.
Hey, here comes the foreman.
Turn?
Hey, Riley, come back here!
Well, I better be getting to school, Mom.
I still don't understand, Junior. Well, your father never goes off to work without waking me to say goodbye.
Well, he must have been in a big hurry.
Oh, I guess he's anxious to get his suggestions in for that contest. Today's the last day, and he... Well, what's this?
What, Mom?
Well, this letter here on the table. To the boss. Personal. Well, if that isn't just like your father, he forgot to take his suggestion for that contest.
Oh. Well, gee, and he'll miss the deadline.
Junior, dear, on your way to school, go by the plant and see that this letter gets to Mr. Stevenson this morning.
Okay.
Oh, your father'd be so upset if this didn't get to the boss. You never can tell about business. Why, a thing like this could make a big change in your father's life.
Trouble. Nothing but trouble. Ever since I was born. Boy, how I wish I had my life to live over.
Personally, I'm against it.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
I was saying, personally, I'm against wishing. Wishing is a frivolous folly.
I guess you're right, Digger. Only sometimes I get a feeling the cards are stacked against me.
You're not the only one. I was in Las Vegas over the weekend.
Las Vegas? Where they gamble?
Yes. I dropped a bundle there.
Well, how much money did you lose?
I made money. I dropped a bundle. But tell me, Riley, what are you doing gadding about in mid-morning? Shouldn't you be at the plant?
Well, it's a long story, Digger. You see, I didn't like the way Peg was always telling me what to do.
And what's wrong with that? My dear wife, Brunhilde, is always telling me what to do. She even helps me in my business. She nails the orders, and I carry them out.
I know. I wasn't fair to Peg. And, well, then I had this fight with Gillis, see, and I threw the oil can at him and short-circuited the dynamo.
Shocking.
I know, but I lost my head. I picked up the first thing that was laying around.
Oh, you must practice self-control. Can you imagine what would happen down at my place if I picked up the first thing that was laying around and threw it? I could lose a lot of customers that way.
And then when I saw the foreman coming, I beat it.
You ran off?
Yeah.
Oh, that was the coward's way. Take my advice. Go back. Make a clean breast of it.
But I'll get fired. No, I'm going home. Maybe I can figure out some excuse.
Riley, I beseech you.
I ain't going, Digger. You can't make me go someplace I don't want to go.
Maybe not now. But someday I'll be in the driver's. Well, cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Riley, you'll have to face the foreman sooner or later. You should have stayed right there.
You want me to get fired? That'd be fine.
Oh, take it easy. You're not fired yet.
I will be, unless I can think up a good excuse. Help me, Peg.
What can I do? You're the only one who can solve this.
So you won't help me. A fine wife you turned out to be.
Oh, I want to help you, dear, but I don't see how I can. It's strictly up to you.
Oh, now it's up to me. But before it was always you made the decisions. I know why you're taking this attitude on account of what I wrote.
What are you talking about?
You know that...
I do not know. What? Oh, just a minute, the phone. Hello? Hello? Oh, yes, he's here. All right, I'll tell him. Yes, right away. Thanks for calling. That was your boss's secretary. Mr. Stevenson wants to see you right away.
Oh, he found out about the dynamo.
You better get down there.
Come with me, babe.
Riley, I can't do that. Who ever heard of a wife going with her husband to see his boss?
What's the matter, you yellow? Hey, come with me. Here's the boss's office.
Go ahead, knock, dear.
Hope you don't hear it.
Come in.
Well, go on in, Peg. I'll stay out here.
No, you go in. I'll wait.
No, you come in with me.
Come in, Riley. Come in. Oh, hello, Mrs. Riley. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Stevenson.
Riley, I wanted to see...
Yeah, I know just what you're going to say, boss, but believe me, it was an accident. The dynamo...
Oh, don't worry about that. That's been repaired. Riley, I wanted to talk to you about this letter you sent me for the suggestion contest.
Letter? I sent a letter?
Yes, this one.
Oh, that's the one you forgot this morning, Riley. It was addressed to your boss, so I had Junior deliver it.
You had Junior... Hey, you mean you sent it?
Yes, Riley, and when I read this...
I know just what you're going to say, but don't get sore, Mr. Stevenson.
Sore? What for? Riley, this is one of the finest tributes any employer ever received.
It is?
Why, certainly. Do you know what that husband of yours said, Mrs. Riley?
No, I didn't read it.
Oh, you've got to hear this. Dear boss, for years I've been working just for you. You've always told me what to do and what to think. And naturally, I love that.
Naturally.
After all, I'm just a nobody. I have no brains, but you're so smart. A regular genius. Fine choice of words there, Riley. That's what I like about this note. It's so sincere.
Oh, sure, straight from the heart.
Listen to this next part. Therefore, I think it's very kind of you to let me hang around all these years and let me have so much money every week, too. It's really too much. Why not just give me half? Yes, Riley, that's the kind of teamwork we want in this plant.
That's what we need here, teamwork.
50% cut. You know, that's the first practical suggestion I got in this whole contest. But frankly, it's a little too radical. I know you'd understand, but I don't think the other men would.
No, I don't think they would.
My boy, with this kind of spirit, you'll go far. And to show my appreciation for your loyalty, I am not going to cut your salary in half. No, sir. I'm going to leave it exactly where it is.
Oh, thank you, boss.
Not at all. You're all right, Riley.
You're all right, too, boss.
I like you, my boy.
I like you, too. You're sweet, boss.
I've got some shopping to do. I need a new garbage pail.
Well, I mustn't keep you folks any longer.
Yeah, I got to get back to the job.
Oh, wait a minute. It's 5:30. Why don't you take the rest of the day off?
Oh, thanks, boss. Come on, Peg. Let's go.
Goodbye, Riley.
Goodbye,
Mr. Riley.
Goodbye. Right. Oh. Well, I got out of that one, huh?
You're proud of it?
Well, sure. That letter...
That wasn't a letter. That was a valentine. I never thought you'd turn out to be a bootlicker.
What, Peg?
I never heard such nauseating flattery in all my life.
But, Dumplin', that wasn't flattery. So you were fooled, too.
What do you mean?
That letter was meant to be nasty. You know, sarcastic.
Oh, you can't get out of this one, Riley. But why on earth should you send a nasty letter to your boss and risk your job? Only an idiot would do that.
But I didn't send it to my boss. I wrote that letter to you. Yeah. Yes, sir. Peg, I am an idiot. And that's one of the smartest decisions I ever made.
The Rileys will be back in just a moment. Everyone goes for Prell, Procter & Gamble's Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Here's what Mrs. F.E. Nauman of Venice, California says about Prell.
My husband says that Prell's a man's idea of a real shampoo. And regular Prell shampoos have done wonders toward controlling his unsightly dandruff. Now we're both Prel fans.
Yes, both men and women go for Prel because Prel removes embarrassing dandruff quickly, leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely. Buy, try.
P-R-E-L-L, Prel shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, clean and bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prel shampoo.
Well, I still can't believe it, Riley. How could you write a letter like that to your boss?
Well, the fact is, I might as well confess, Peg. That letter was meant for you.
For me?
Yeah.
But it said to the big boss.
Well, yeah, I did it on purpose. Kind of cute, huh?
Cute?
Now, don't get sore, Peg.
Now, look, let's get one thing straight right now. You have as much to say around here as I have.
Oh, you're right, though.
And I don't order you around or make you do anything you don't want to do.
That's right, though.
And I don't want to hear any more of this silly talk about me being your boss. Not one word.
Okay, Dumplin', I promise. And don't worry, it won't happen again, boss.
Procter & Gamble invites you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker. In the factory, on the farm, in the home.
Hey, Mom, where's the lava soap?
Where's the Lava Soap? Wherever hands get extra dirty, you'll find L-A-V-A, Lava Soap. Because in every inch of Lava's snowy lather, 50,000 tiny scrubbers get the deep dirt from skin crevices between fingers, around knuckles and nails. Yes, Lava gets the deep dirt and grime ordinary wash-ups miss. With Lava, hands soiled by machine oil, grease, dirt, comes sparkling clean in 30 to 50 seconds. Mr. Julius Bonner of Cleveland, Ohio says,
I thought the carbon and graphite I worked with had me licked. Dirty hands? Man, nothing cleaned them. But a quick wash-up with Lava does the trick. Gets my hands clean, real clean in a jiffy.
Yet Lava is gentle enough even for children's tender skin. So get the soap that gets the dirt. Get Lava Soap.
This is Ken Niles reminding you that for radiantly clean, lovely hair, get the shampoo in the tube. P-R-E-L-L, Prel Shampoo. Listen again next week when Prel brings you The Life of Riley. And now stay tuned for Truth or Consequences. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
I dog his Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
Let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, there's great excitement in Pine Ridge. Lum and Cedric were to appear in court yesterday on a counterfeiting charge, but both of them failed to make their appearance. It has now been learned that Cedric broke out of jail, and he and Lum have both mysteriously disappeared. As we look in on the little community today, we find Abner in the Jot 'em Down store. Squire Skimp is just entering. Listen.
Well, morning, Squire. Come in, come in.
Morning, Abner. Any news about Lum yet?
No, Squire, ain't heard a thing about him or Cedric, neither one. I just talked to Cedric's papa a while ago. He's awful worried about that boy. His woman's almost sick in bed over Cedric disappearing that way.
Well, one can hardly blame the good woman, Abner. I can't for the life of me see what Cedric expected to gain by breaking out of jail.
Well, he more than likely never knowed what he's doing. I know he wouldn't have did it if he'd knowed he's doing something wrong.
Well, no, he's a good boy, I'll grant you that. He's just a little... Well, frankly, he isn't one of the brightest boys I've ever known, Abner. I imagine that as soon as he thinks the coast is clear, he'll go right direct to his home.
Well, Caleb thinks he's already been home, 'cause yesterday they discovered his car had been took out of the garage.
Well, that don't sound so good. Well, he's evidently planning to get as far from here as he can, then. It'll go hard with him if they ever catch him now, Abner.
Yeah, he ought never to have did it.
You don't suppose that Cedric and Lum have gone away together, do you?
Well, I don't know, Squire. I found out Lum was missing quite a while before I knowed Cedric had broke out of jail. I think Lum is more than likely hiding in one of them old caves up there on Piney Mountain somewhere.
Well, wherever Lum was going, Abner, this is the worst mistake he's ever made. He was an innocent man. I admit the evidence was definitely against him, but still he was innocent. And now, by running out this way, he's made it look as though he was admitting his guilt.
Oh, why did he ever do it?
I just wonder if Lum realized how serious a thing he was doing, skipping out when he was under bail bond and failing to appear for his trial. He just added 2 more infringements of the law to his record right there.
Well, now, what will they do about that bail, Squire?
Why, the bail will have to be forfeited.
Have to be what?
Forfeited. That is, whoever put up the bail will lose it.
You mean I won't get that money back?
Oh, did you put up that bail, Abner?
Yeah, me and Lum together did. I mortgaged my place for all I could get at the bank, and Lum mortgaged his, and then with what little money we had in the store account, while we had enough.
Well, I'm afraid you're out of luck then, Abner. When a criminal skips his bail, that money is forfeited.
You mean I'll lose my place?
Well, you will unless you can produce Lum. That's the only chance you've got of saving that money.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm afraid Lum has gotten himself into something this time that he won't get out of, Abner. He'll remain a hunted criminal the rest of his life.
Well, will they put bloodhounds on his trail?
Well, that depends. If they think he's hiding in the mountains or someplace that the dogs can pick up his trail, they might use them.
Wait a minute. I believe that's all right. Might be old Lum right now. I just can't believe he'd skip out of here and leave me to pay all that money. Hello, Lum? Oh, what is it, Pearl? No, I ain't had a chance to talk to her yet. Well, honey, I ain't got time to think about that now. Well, I will. Don't worry. Yeah, where is your mama now? Oh, she is, huh? Big trouble. Well, all right. I'll try to talk to her about it tonight. All right, honey. All right. Goodbye. That weren't Lum. It's just my daughter, Pearl.
Yes, I gathered as much, Abner.
She's wanting me to talk to her mama about letting her keep a little collie pup that the Bates children give her. Elizabeth's again it. She says that hound dog of mine over there causes enough trouble without having another on the place.
Well, collies are nice dogs, all right, Abner.
Oh, little Pearl had just got her heart set on keeping it. The children brought the pup over there a while ago, and I've been so worried about all this other trouble, I just plumb forgot to talk to Elizabeth for her.
Well, I think the fact that Lum has skipped his bail is a little more important just now, Abner.
Oh, my, yes. Oh, me, I never dreamed they'd keep all that money I put up.
Why, certainly they will. That's why they have you put it up.
Yeah, well, now, what would you do if you was in my place, Squire?
Well, I'd try my best to figure out where Lum went. And I'd go get him and make him come back here and stand trial like he's supposed to do.
Yeah, that might be the best thing to do. Wait a minute, though. Whilst I hate to lose my place, I'd rather do that than have Lum sent to the penitentiary. No, sir. I'd just let him keep that money, and then old Lum can go free. Me and him can make it back somewhere or other.
Well, that isn't the thing, old Abner. Lum can't go free. The law will keep looking for him the rest of his life. He hasn't got a chance in the world. Wait a minute. Isn't that Mr. Fremont coming in there?
Who?
Fremont, I believe his name is. You know, you met him in there at the sheriff's office yesterday. He's the boss of this fella Adams that arrested Lum and Cedric.
Oh, yeah, that's who it is. I knowed I'd saw that face summers before.
Well, here, he's more likely wants to talk to you about Lum, Abner, so maybe I better get on out of here.
Doggies, he won't find out nothing from me. I can tell him that right now.
Well, I'll see you later, Abner. And if you hear anything from Lum, why, let me know.
Yeah, I will, Squire.
Well, so long, wonderful world.
Yeah, reckon so.
Well, good morning, Mr. Fremont. Good morning, sir.
I do.
I'm M.K. Skimp. I met you in the sheriff's office yesterday.
Oh, yes. Good morning, Mr. Skimp.
I haven't heard anything from our good friend Lum, I don't suppose.
No, nothing new.
Yeah, come on in, Mr. Fremont.
Yes. Well, good morning, Mr. Peabody.
Good morning.
Good evening.
Well, good day, gentlemen.
Good day, Mr. Skimp.
Yeah, so long, Squire. Here, take this chair here, Mr. Fremont.
No, this is quite all right.
Well, now, here, just try this one once. This is Lum's chair. It's a heap more comfort than that other. It's a swivel chair. See, you can swing around on it like a pie in a stool. Look here. Look.
Yes, very interesting.
Oh, it's a lady's thing, I reckon. Oh, Lum sure enjoyed sitting in this chair. Just sat here by the hour and doze. Think, he called it. He loves to sit here and think out big problems.
You think quite a bit of Mr. Edwards, don't you?
Oh, I ain't thought of nothing else for the last 2 days.
You were great friends.
Oh, yeah, we've been partners here for years.
By the way, where is he?
Why, well, I don't know. He's left, I think.
Mr. Peabody, let's not waste words. I'm out here for one purpose, to find Mr. Edwards.
Oh, do you know where he's at?
I said let's not waste words. Edwards is doing himself a great injustice by skipping his bail and failing to appear at his trial yesterday. He's only postponing matters. There's no doubt that we'll apprehend him sooner or later. And it'll be a lot easier on him if you'll come in or tell him to come in and give himself up and save us the trouble of tracking him down. I'm sure the court will take that into consideration.
Yeah, they would, huh?
Now, I know that you know where he is. And you'll be doing him a great favor if you'll tell us where he is.
Well, you'd arrest him, wouldn't you?
Well, he's already under arrest. Now, can't you see, Mr. Peabody, this is for his own good. He can't evade the law the rest of his life. Now, come on. Where is he?
Why, he's went to visit some of his relates, I think.
Oh, hiding out with some of his relatives, eh? Where?
Let's see now, in Africa, or Alaska, I think. Somewhere's around there.
Africa or Alaska?
Yeah.
Those aren't very close together.
Well, no, I don't reckon they're. See, his relates don't live very close together. They move around a lot. Lum never has definite located here, fact is. They're awful nervous sort of people, sort of gypsies, I think.
How long has Mr. Edwards lived here?
Oh, Lum, he's just been here 30-odd years. I figured he's going to locate permanent here, though, till this come up.
Mr. Peabody, frankly, I don't believe your partner has gone to either Africa or Alaska.
You don't, huh?
No.
Well, where do you think he's at, then?
I believe he's right here in Pine Ridge.
Where?
Well, I don't know. That's what I expected you to tell me. But I can see that I'm wasting my time.
Well, you err if you expect to get anything out of me. If Lum wants to hide out and not go to the penitentiary, that's his own business. I ain't going to help you none of that. Wait a minute. I believe that's all right.
Well, I think you're going to regret your attitude, Mr. Peabody, but if that's the way you feel about it, good day.
Good day. Hello? Jot 'em down, store talking. Abner Peabody talking. Huh? Oh, Pearl. No, I ain't had time to do nothing about that yet. Well, what's the matter keeping him hid up there in the barn loft for now? Why, nobody ain't going to find him. Well, we can slip food and water up there to him. I will just as soon as I get home tonight. Well, now, stop worrying about it. I ain't going to let you get in no trouble. And all right. Goodbye.
Just as I thought.
Huh? Well, I thought you'd left, Mr. Fremont.
Not quite. As a matter of fact, I'm glad I didn't miss out on that little phone conversation. I think you and I are going to take a little trip to that barn loft.
What barn loft?
No use pretending any longer, Mr. Peabody. I tried to do this the nice way, but you wouldn't cooperate. So now I arrest you for harboring a criminal and obstructing the progress of justice.
The life story of Amos and Andy, Written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, with Ed Murrow, Bill Hay, Bing Crosby, Jack Benny, Lowell Thomas, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring in their own life story, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy. The 10,000 independent Rexall druggists salute Amos and Andy as they start their second quarter of a century on the air. Tonight, by bringing you their life story. Tomorrow, with the start of a special Amos and Andy sale. Yes, tomorrow dozens, literally dozens, of Rexall products will be sold at exactly half price. Later in the program, we will list many of these half-price items. So, friends, make up your minds right now to stock up. Because every time you buy, you save at the Amos and Andy sale. It starts tomorrow and goes on for 2 weeks at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And here to introduce the life story of Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll, Amos and Andy, is one of America's most distinguished commentators.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Ed Murrow. Tonight, we of the Columbia Broadcasting System pay tribute to Amos and Andy. For 25 years, Amos and Andy have been a familiar part of the American scene. But who are Amos and Andy? Where did they come from? Tonight, for the first time, the creators of these beloved characters step out from behind the masks of their famous portrayals to dramatize their own story. The story of Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. I know of no one better qualified to help tell you this story than the voice so long associated with the history of Amos and Andy.
Good evening. This is Bill Hay. Where did Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll first meet? One rainy night in Durham, North Carolina, right after World War I. Young Peoria-born Charlie Correll had been sent down from Chicago to stage a local amateur show. The cast was rehearsing on the second floor of the Elks Lodge, and Charlie, at the piano, was having his trouble with the chorus.
All right, kids, here we go again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hold it, hold it, hold it. You there, Dottie, on the end. You're cuter than a barrel of monkeys, but would you do your Uncle Charlie a favor and try to remember your left foot from your right? That's right, that's the one.
Excuse me.
You want to see me?
Sorry to interrupt you, but you are Correll, aren't you?
That's right, Charlie Correll. Can I do something for you?
I'm Freeman Gosden. I just started with a company producing shows, and they sent me down to pick up some scripts and music.
Oh, yes, so you're Gosden. Be right with you, kids. How are you, Freeman? Well, I got all the stuff back at the hotel. Say, you're putting this same show on over in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, aren't you?
Yeah, that's right. We start rehearsals Monday.
Well, then listen, how about getting up in front of these kids and showing them this step? I've got my hands full with the piano.
Be glad to, Charlie.
Listen, folks, this is my new partner, Freeman Gosden.
Oh, that sounds good.
Now, he knows this number, and he's going through it with you. So watch him, girls.
All right, girls, here we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Turn 2, 3. Now you have it. 1.
And thus the beginning of a partnership was formed. For the next few years, they traveled all over the South, producing amateur shows, learning, working together. Those were lean years, the hard years. The boys did everything, produced, directed, wrote, and even performed in some of the shows. Then, one night in New Orleans, they were talked into appearing on a strange new device, radio.
Say, this is something, isn't it, guys? The fellow says we sing into this big megaphone here. You think anybody will actually hear us?
Well, one of the fellows here was telling me this morning they got a phone call from a woman who lives a mile away from the station.
No fooling. Uh-oh. That fellow with the earphones is waving at us again.
Stand by. You're on the air.
Okay, Charlie, hit it.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, everyone knows. They say you're gorgeous, gorgeous from your head to your toes. As a kid of 10, you were a wow, 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 wow. You were pretty then, but look at you, Charlie. What? Look, you're simply gorgeous.
Yes, that was their first appearance on radio. But outside of a call from the woman who lived a mile away from the station, nothing came of it. 2 years later found them working in Chicago, still waiting for that elusive big break.
Hello?
Charlie, this is Guy.
Well, where are you? I've been waiting for you. I got us a date. 2 girls from Evanston. One of their fathers owns a restaurant.
Charlie, I just left Bob O'Neill's office. Now, he runs radio station WEBH up at the Edgewater Beach Hotel. Now, he wants us to go on the radio as a singing team, and I told him we'd do it.
Well, wait a minute, kid. How much are we going to have to pay him?
Not a cent, Charlie, and get this. At midnight, after the station closes down, the hotel gives us a blue plate supper free.
Yes, the boys went on the air nightly for WEBH. They sang songs.
When the red, red robin comes bob, bob, bobbing along, along.
They told jokes.
Say, guys, I'm going home tonight and give my father a bath.
Give your father a bath?
Of course. I've been sponging off the old man for years.
Wrote, announced, directed. Finally, 6 months and 135 blue plate suppers later, they got that big break. Ben McKenna, the head of the powerful Tribune station, WGN, sent for them.
Well, let me get this straight, Mr. McKenna. You want us to go on the air every night and dramatize a comic strip?
That's right, boys. One of the comics from the Tribune. The Gumps. Chester and the family. Now, isn't that an idea?
Well, yes, Mr. McKenna, but we're a singing team. I don't think we could handle it.
Well, I think it'll be a great series for you.
Well, I tell you, if that's the kind of a thing you're after, I got sort of an idea.
Well, what is it?
Well, you see, I was born and raised in Richmond, Virginia, and Charlie's traveled all over the South. What would you think of us doing a couple of color characters?
Yeah, now there's something we can handle.
Well, I don't know about that. I never thought of... Mr. McKenna, there's never been anything like it on the air.
I tell you what, why don't you boys see if you can come up with a script and some characters? Spend a week or so on it. Then we can take it from there.
A week? Why, Mr. McKenna, we'll have a script for you the first thing in the morning, won't we, Charlie?
You can bet your bottom dollar on it. What time is it, kid?
Well, it's daybreak, whatever time that is.
And we had to tell him we'd have a script in the morning.
Charlie, I've been thinking over these comic strips. Now take Mutt and Jeff. Now, that's popular.
Yeah?
One fella is a great big man, and the other one's a little bit of fella. And that's what we've got to get.
Yeah, but the people aren't going to see us on the radio.
Well, we've got to do it with our voices. Maybe if one of us had a high voice and the other one a low voice, that would give them a picture.
Yeah. Say, guys, you're right as 2 rabbits.
Yeah, you know, Charlie, I think we're getting somewhere. You can get your voice down pretty low, can't you?
Well, yes.
Keep going. Get on lower.
Like down here?
Not bad. Now, listen, see if you can put a little dialect in it.
Yeah, well, I'm going to stay right down here and talk like this here. How did it sound, Brother Goslin?
Sounds great. Now, you hold that voice, and I'll try to get a high one.
Yeah, I'll do that. And you get on up there.
How does it sound up here?
No, go get up higher. Get way up there.
Everything sounds up here.
Yeah, put a little dialect in the thing. And put a rasp in there, like that little fellow that worked in the drugstore in Atlanta.
Yeah, put a little rasp in there. How do that sound to you now, Brother Correll?
That sure sounds good to me, boy. I think we done got something here.
Boy, I sure hope so.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your Rexall family druggist with a few of the half-price specials at the Amos and Andy sale that begins tomorrow. These next 2 weeks are the first in the history of our Rexall drugstores when dozens, literally dozens, of guaranteed Rexall products will be sold at exactly half price. Best of all, this 2-week sale is store-wide. You'll find almost 100 super specials, plus this unprecedented free offer. You get an unbreakable plastic tumbler in your choice of beautiful colors, absolutely free when you buy any of a dozen special items. So, friends, be prepared for overwhelming savings at the Amos and Andy sale, tomorrow through February 28th at Rexall Drug Stores everywhere.
Well, 1 month later, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll went on the air as Sam and Henry. And 2 years later, it was the top program in the Chicago area. Success seemed to be theirs. Then one day, they went to Ben McKenna with a proposition.
Well, that's the idea, Mr. McKenna. We heard that one of the big broadcasting companies is starting a coast-to-coast network.
Yes, and we'd sure like to get on that network, Mr. McKenna.
Boys, I understand your enthusiasm, but we here at the station want to keep Sam and Henry as our exclusive feature.
But, Mr. McKenna, we think this is the opportunity of a lifetime for us.
I know that, boys, I know it. But after all, we own the name Sam and Henry, and we don't want to make any rash move and take the chance of ruining the show.
All right, Mr. McKenna. Thank you just the same. Come on, Charlie.
Well, he's turned us down cold, Gus. What are we going to do now?
What do we do, Charlie? We quit.
Yeah, well, quit? Quit, Sam and Henry?
Now, look, Charlie, we can get just so far and no farther staying here on one station.
Yes, but, guys, we couldn't even take Sam and Henry with us. The newspaper owns the name. We'd have to start over from scratch.
All right, we'll start over from scratch.
Guys, I don't know about this. Suppose we're a flop.
Now, look, Charlie, I don't know what it is. Call it intuition or whatever you want to. But I just have a feeling we're doing the right thing.
Well, if you feel that strong about it, guys, okay, let's take a crack at it. After all, we've come a long way from the days of the blue plate supper.
"30 days later, their contract expired and the boys signed with the network. Opening night was only a few weeks away, and the network was pressing for details on the new show.
Well, thanks for calling, Mr. Johnson. Yes, but we'd rather not release the name of the new program yet. All right, say goodbye, Mr. Johnson. Charlie, they're getting anxious about the name in New York.
So am I. I wish we had one. Now, the name of the show means everything.
Yes, Charlie, and we've been working on it for a week, and, well, nothing seems to sound as good as Sam and Henry.
Yeah. Well, come on, guys. Let's go out and get some supper.
We need a snappy name like Jack and Mac or Tim and Tommy.
Yeah. Push the elevator button, guys.
Charlie, we must have made a list of over 500 names.
Yeah, I know it. Oh, say, how about Slappy and Happy?
No, I don't think so, Charlie.
Well, here's the elevator.
I wonder if Willie's on duty. He's a character, isn't he?
Well, Chuckling Charlie and Steamin' Freeman. How are you, boys?
Oh, fine, Willie.
Step right in. How are my two friends of the airways?
Fine.
Say, I hear you got a new program.
Yeah, that's right. It starts next week, Willie. We're going coast to coast.
Well, how do you like that? Ain't you the pair for the air? Third floor. Well, look who's here. My football-playing friend. Step right in, famous Amos.
How's everything going in the elevator, Willie?
Having my ups and downs. Second floor. Going down. I'll move back, let the janitor get in with the stepladder. Well, make way for my old friend, Handy Andy. First floor, there ain't no more. Going up.
Hey, Charlie, what we need in these names is something that'll catch on, something that'll be easy to Charlie, what's the matter?
Did you hear what Willie called those two fellas?
Yeah, famous Amos and,
Handy Andy.
But, Charlie, what I mean is, Amos and Andy.
Yeah, Amos and Andy.
Well, they are both four-letter names. They are both sort of euphonious, and Amos is a biblical character.
Yeah, and not only that. If we ever play a benefit, they list the names alphabetically. We'd always be right smack at the top.
Yes, Amos and Andy started on the network from coast to coast, 15 minutes nightly at 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, emanating from Chicago. About the third day, they started getting out-of-town newspaper clippings reviewing their show.
Hey, Charlie, here's a review from a New York paper right on top.
Oh, boy, what's it say, kid?
Well, you'd better read the headline yourself, Charlie.
Yeah. Amos and Andy, radio's biggest flop, has arrived. The much-heralded Amos and Andy made its debut on the airwaves last night at 7 o'clock with a thud, I might add.
Don't read it, kid. It'll make you sick.
Yeah, here's another one.
This one's from Washington, D.C.
You read it. What does it say?
Amos and Andy disappointing. After a build-up of 2 weeks by network, Amos and Andy followed a sad organ theme with something about a fresh air taxi cab. This type of program has no place in radio.
Holy mackerel. Look at here, another one. And they're all bad.
Yeah.
Boy, Simon Henry looks awful good right now, doesn't it?
Charlie, there's no two ways about it. We're a flop. But what makes me feel so bad about it is that I talked you into it.
Well, now, wait a minute. Don't feel that way. We both went into the thing, and with our eyes open.
Well, it's just that I got so enthusiastic at the time, Charlie. I wonder if you'd excuse me. I think I'll go out and walk around by myself.
Well, I guess he wants to be alone. But even if the kid doesn't know it, I'm out there walking right with him.
Will you look at all the items I've marked in the Rexall magazine ad? The items that go on sale for just half price at the Amos and Andy sale tomorrow.
Yes, indeed, ma'am. This advertisement in Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Farm Journal gives all the half-price items in the sale.
I've marked a dozen things my family needs right now, like Rexall cold tablets and cough syrup and vitamin B12.
You'll find several other Rexall vitamin products at half price, too. Rexall Theramins, Alpha Caps, Polydrops, and Polycaps.
And I'm going to get both of the Carinome Beauty Specials, the lipstick and one of the creams, at half price.
You'll find Stag toiletries for men at half price, too. And don't forget the free tumblers and all the other magnificent specials throughout the Rexall drugstore.
I won't. In fact, I'm going to make several shopping trips to the Amos and Andy sale.
Well, ma'am, it continues for 2 full weeks.
tomorrow through February 28th at Rexall Drug Stores everywhere.
Amos and Andy continued on the network for the second week. There was no fan mail, and most of the critics had reviewed the show unfavorably. This, I believe, was the lowest point in the lives of Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Then one morning, to get their minds off the program, the boys decided to play golf at the Tam O'Shanter Golf Club in Chicago.
Well, get on your shoes, Charlie, and let's get out and play 9 holes anyway.
Yeah, and I hope we don't run into anybody. You know how they are when they think your show isn't going so well.
Yeah, well, let's get going.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Look who's coming in the locker room. That young fellow that sings with Paul Whiteman, Bing Crosby. And he sees us.
Hi, Bing.
Yeah, hello, Bing. Hi, fellas. Blast that rubber around a bit, huh?
Yeah, we're going to play 9 holes, I guess.
Hey, by the way, I caught your last 3 shows.
Oh, you did, huh?
Well, you know, I think that little opera you got there is going to catch on.
What do you mean?
I don't know. There's something there that makes you want to listen tomorrow night. I really think you got something, boys. And I like that Andy when he says, I was regusted.
Well, thank you, Bing. That makes us feel pretty good.
Then, a few days later, on Michigan Boulevard, the boys ran into a man they'd met a few years before in New York.
Well, Freeman and Charlie, how are you, boys?
Well, Jack Benny.
Nice to see you, Jack. I hear you open tomorrow night over at the Palace Theater.
Yes, I got in from New York yesterday. Say, they're all talking about that radio show of yours back there.
Talking about it?
Yeah. You know, to tell you the truth, at first, I don't know, I didn't like it. But after a few times, it kind of grows on you. You know what I mean? Even the kids backstage are listening to it.
Well, thanks a lot, Jack.
Yeah, well, we sure hope it catches on.
Yes, boys, I really think you've got something there.
Well, a lot of other people began to feel the way Jack and Bing did. The fan mail began to trickle in. The boys' spirits lifted. They worked harder. They experimented with their voices and created new characters. First, they added a great favorite with the listeners, Lightning.
Yes, Miss Amos, I'll whiz right on over there.
The social man about town, Henry Van Porter.
Well, now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'm having a fitting with my tailor. He's put a new patch on the seat of my pants.
The fussy, hen-pecked Brother Crawford.
I want to tell you, boys, that my wife is very unhappy, and she won't stand for it.
Yes, and as time went on, all of those other warm, human characters. Ruby Taylor, Miss Blue, Sapphire, the old battle axe, Pat Pending, Fluky Harris, Fred Gwendell, and Madam Queen. And, of course, the greatest character of all, that lovable old rascal, the Kingfish.
Now, wait a minute, Jer. Don't forget we is all brothers in that great fraternity, the Mystic Knights of the Sea.
Perhaps the greatest tribute of all paid to Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll was one night at a huge benefit in New York's Madison Square Garden. Lowell Thomas, the famous radio news commentator who preceded Amos and Andy for years on the air, was chosen to introduce the boys.
I can think of few things likely to give me greater pleasure than to introduce your radio favorites. When I die, this would be my epitaph. Here lies the body of a man who was heard by millions of people who were waiting to hear Amos and Andy.
that was it. That was their success. The rest of the story is familiar to all of us. As the years went on, Amos and Andy made new changes in their program, the most significant being when they went from 15 minutes to a half hour. Changes come and go, but I'm sure you feel, as I do, that Amos and Andy have never left that wonderful place in our hearts. Now, before I turn you back to Ed Murrow, I'd like to say once more, as I did for so many years, this is Bill Hay bidding you all good night and good night to you all.
Well, that's the story of Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. The story of Amos and Andy. Two names that are sure to go down as part of American folklore. It's only fitting that tonight the entire radio industry gives special recognition to these two men. To pay this tribute, we have an event unique in broadcasting history. The heads of two great networks, David Sarnoff of NBC and William Paley of CBS, appearing on the same program to pay tribute to Amos and Andy. First, I would like to introduce the chairman of the board of the Radio Corporation of America and head of the National Broadcasting Company, General Sarnoff.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very proud to join hands with my friend Bill Paley, chairman of the board of Columbia Broadcasting System, in paying tribute to Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll, who created and portrayed the characters of Amos and Andy on radio for the past quarter of a century. I extend to you boys my highest regard and esteem for your brilliant and important pioneer work in the progress of radio broadcasting and for your faithful adherence to the highest ideals of good entertainment. We in the National Broadcasting Company are proud to have introduced this program to the listeners of America and to have broadcasted over our coast-to-coast network for 15 years. Congratulations to you, Freeman, and to you, Charlie.
And now, the chairman of the board of the Columbia Broadcasting System, William S. Paley.
I'm very happy to join General Sarnoff, whose leadership and contributions have meant so much to broadcasting, in paying tribute to Freeman Gosden and Charlie Correll. By bringing pleasure to millions of listeners for more than a quarter of a century, they have firmly established themselves in the affections of their fellow citizens. They have also created a great radio institution, one which I believe will live forever in the folklore of America. Freeman and Charlie, it gives me great pleasure to salute you, not only as an old friend, but also on behalf of the Columbia Broadcasting System and the countless millions of your devoted listeners throughout the country. Our warmest wishes go out to you both.
This is Freeman Gosden again. Before we say goodnight, Charlie and I would like to thank everyone who appeared on our program tonight. But most of all, we want to extend our deep appreciation to you, our listeners, who have made it possible for us to start our 26th year on the air.
Yes, that's right.
Remember, beginning tomorrow through February 28th, it's the special Amos and Andy sale, and be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Powell. Stay tuned for the Bing Crosby program, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
WDAN in Danville, Illinois.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, B. Benaderet, Hans Conried, Pat McGeehan, Doris Singleton, Harry Lubin, the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. The coffee that's bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand at any price. Yes, Maxwell House. Always good. To the last drop.
Well, it's Thanksgiving morning as we look in at the Burns home, but that's not the subject of discussion between George and Gracie. It seems that George is going to be best man at a friend's wedding, and he's telling Gracie all about it.
It's Bob Webster who's getting married, Gracie.
Bob Webster?
Yeah, you remember the Webster boys. We had them here for dinner one night.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Bob is the one who spilled the gravy on the tablecloth's brother.
Yeah, that's him. Well, Bob is finally going to settle down and marry himself a wife.
Well, wouldn't it be better if he married a single girl?
She is single.
Oh, good. Do I know her?
I don't think so. She's marrying Carol.
Oh, I thought she was marrying Bob Webster. Who's Bob marrying?
Marrying Carol.
He's marrying the same person?
No. Look.
Oh, then who's he marrying?
Marrying Carol.
Well, George, for a best man, you certainly are mixed up.
Gracie, this Marion is spelled Marian. Now do you understand?
Well, of course I understand. I'm no dumbo.
Good. The bride is marrying Carol.
All right. Now, who's the groom marrying?
Oh, nuts.
Oh, nuts. It's an Irish girl, huh?
Yes, Molly O'Nuts. Well, anyway, this is the first time I've ever been best man. How do you think I should dress?
Oh, the usual way. First, put on your underwear, then...
I don't mean that. I mean, how should I dress at the wedding?
Oh, I wouldn't. I dressed here.
Well, forget the whole thing. I'll go to the wedding in a tuxedo.
Well, it's only a couple of blocks. Why don't you walk?
Well, a tuxedo is that funny black suit I wore when we got married.
Oh, have you still got that suit?
Well, sure.
You must owe a lot of rent on it by now.
About $30,000. Well, now I'm going out to borrow some studs. But first I better put this wedding ring where it'll be safe.
Oh, what a beautiful ring. It's set with diamonds and everything.
Yeah, Bob was so nervous he asked me to keep it.
Oh, let me wear it until the wedding tomorrow.
Oh, no. You might lose it. Besides, you've got a wedding ring.
Oh, but this one is so beautiful.
Gracie, a wedding ring is just a symbol. It doesn't matter if it's solid brass.
Well, I know. I love my ring. But this one is so exquisite. I won't lose it. I've never lost mine.
Honey, this ring cost $1,000. Yours cost $5.
No, George, no. My ring cost $10.
No, I paid $5 for it.
Are you sure?
Well, certainly.
Well, then you forgot to give me my change.
I'll owe it to you. And Bob's ring goes right in this drawer. And I want it to stay there. Now I got to find some tuxedo studs and get the suit dressed.
Oh, there's Blanche Morton at the back door. Come in, Blanche.
Hello, folks. Happy Thanksgiving.
Well, same to you, Blanche.
Say, Gracie, I'm having a bunch in for dinner. I wonder if I could borrow that wonderful little pot of yours that cooks things so fast.
Well, certainly. Go along with it, George.
No, I mean your Presto cooker.
Oh, that. Oh, sure. I'll be finished with it in a few minutes.
Say, Blanche, has Harry got some tuxedo studs I can borrow?
Oh, I think so.
I'm best man at Bob Webster's wedding tomorrow.
Really? Who's Bob Marion?
Marion Carroll.
No, George, you're mixed up again. He's marrying Molly O'Nutt.
Well, let's not get back into that routine. I'll run over and get the studs from Harry.
How's your Thanksgiving dinner coming along, Gracie?
Oh, just fine, Blanche. I've made pumpkin pie, chestnut dressing, and see, I've got the oven turned to 350 degrees. That's perfect for browning a turkey. That reminds me, I better look at it. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
You burnt the turkey?
No, I forgot to get one.
Fine, and I'll bet George is so hungry he could eat the table leaves.
Well, quick, put him in the oven.
I was only kidding, Gracie. You gotta have a turkey.
But, Blanche, the markets are all closed. How will I get one?
Drive out to the country and buy one from a farmer.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Sure. What do you want, a tom turkey?
Tom turkey, Sam turkey. Who cares what I'm going to feed him to George, not introduce him. You help yourself to the cooker. I'll head for the country.
All right.
Oh, I wonder if I dare. Yes, I'll wear it. Blanche, isn't this a beautiful wedding ring?
Oh, it's magnificent. Oh, you lucky girl.
No, it's not mine. It belongs to a girl Bob Webster's going to marry.
Oh, nuts.
Yeah, that's right, Molly. George told me not to wear it, but I'm going to anyhow.
Gracie, are you the kind of wife who disobeys her husband?
Well, sure, I'm normal. See you later, Blanche.
Well, there they are, ma'am. I've got about 20 turkeys left. I'm selling them for 60 cents a pound.
Well, I guess I'll have to pay it. My husband insists on turkey, but it does seem high.
It costs money to feed an old gobbler.
Yes, especially when he insists on turkey.
Want me to pick one out for you?
Oh, no. You might try to fool me. I'll pick them out myself. I'm an expert. I know all about turkeys from their manes to their withers.
Yeah, I can tell you're an expert, all right. See one you want?
Oh, I see one I don't want. That turkey nearest the fence. It's got flat feet.
Yep. Besides, it's a duck.
Well, I want a turkey. Oh, there's a cute little baby one.
He'll be a fine bird when he grows up. He's milk-fed.
Oh, now there you go, trying to fool me. That little turkey couldn't be milk-fed. He's too short to reach a cow's faucet.
I'm sorry I tried to fool you.
Well, I better pick out a turkey. Eeny, meeny, miny. Oh, my goodness.
What's the matter?
The wedding ring, it's gone. It must have slipped off my finger here in the turkey pen.
Yeah, I don't see nothing of it.
Oh, if that ring's gone, my husband will murder me. It's a $1,000 wedding ring.
I'll bet I know what's happened. One of them turkeys took it.
Well, quick, which one of them is planning to get married?
Lady, I mean one of them turkeys swallowed it.
Oh, that's terrible. You see, the ring isn't mine. My husband had it for another woman.
My, you Hollywood folks.
Oh, quick, get it out of the turkey.
Well, I don't know which one swallowed it.
Oh, I wish it had been my wedding ring. We'd know the turkey in a minute. He'd turn green. Oh, but you've got to get it.
Well, I can't kill all them turkeys. It's too late to sell them.
Well, I don't want you to kill them. Just turn them inside out and shake them.
Lady, the only way to find that ring is for you to buy these turkeys and let me kill them.
No, sir. I can't let 19 innocent turkeys die just because one of them is a thief. I'll take them home with me and find the guilty one somehow.
Well, just as you say, ma'am.
But how'll I get all these turkeys to town?
I'll truck 'em in.
Well, that's a long way to dance. Well, then you look healthy. Here's my address. Put them on the back porch.
Gracie, I'm home. Where are you? Huh. Guess she's out in the kitchen. Hey, Gracie, I got the tuxedo studs. No, not here either. Maybe she's on the back porch. Holy smoke. Her mother is here for Thanksgiving. No, it couldn't be her mother. She talks louder than that. I'll have another look. Who's out there?
No one but us turkeys.
Gracie, come in the house. I want to talk to you. What goes on here? There must be a dozen turkeys on our back porch.
Oh, now don't exaggerate, dear. There are only 20.
Well, why in the world did you buy 20 turkeys?
Why?
Yeah, why?
You see, when I left the farm, I only had 2 turkeys, but they happened to be male and female, and, well, you know turkeys. Now we've got 20.
That's rabbits.
Now they're turkeys. Look again.
I mean, turkeys can't multiply like rabbits. Turkeys lay eggs.
Well, there's something rabbits can't do, so they're even.
Gracie, stop being silly. Why did you buy 20 turkeys?
Oh, all right. I guess I'll have to tell you the truth.
Well, I should hope so. It's enough turkeys to fill the Salvation Army baskets.
You guessed it.
Huh?
Those turkeys are for the Salvation Army. They were donated by a kind farmer.
Oh, well, thanks for telling the truth.
Well, thanks for thinking of it. Now, excuse me, dear, I have to run out and borrow some fishing tackle.
You're going fishing? Where?
Oh, if I told you, you'd say I was crazy.
I'll take a chance. Where are you going fishing?
Inside those turkeys.
You're crazy.
See, I told you.
But, Gracie...
Goodbye, dear.
Oh, what a little screwball. Well, I'll put a stop to this foolishness. I'll call the Salvation Army and tell them to come and pick up their turkeys.
What? You let the Salvation Army take those turkeys?
Well, certainly. They have to dress them and send them out.
They may have to dress 19 of them, but one of those turkeys can afford the best tailor in town.
What?
I'll see you later, dear.
What are you talking about?
Is this the Salvation Army headquarters?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you still have the turkeys you got from Mr. Burns?
Why, yes.
Oh, thank goodness. He wants them back right away.
You mean he's an Indian giver?
Yeah, that's it, yeah. He gave you the turkeys by mistake. He meant to give you Indians.
Huh?
Well, you see, my husband was too proud to tell you, but our children are starving, and that's why we've got to have those turkeys back.
All 20 of them?
Yes.
But, Mrs. Burns, 20 turkeys will feed 200 children.
So, 4 of my kids will go hungry.
It's impossible for a woman to have 204 children.
Well, I had them the easy way. 102 sets of twins.
102 sets of twins.
Well, my husband makes bookends, and it's affected his whole life.
Mrs. Burns, I'm afraid this is unbelievable.
You don't believe my husband makes bookends, huh?
I don't believe any of it.
Oh, well, all right, then I'll tell you the truth. One of those turkeys has a $1,000 ring inside of it.
Oh, I'm afraid you're mistaken. No ring was found when those turkeys were cleaned.
Well, it must have been there. What cleaner did you send them to?
We cleaned them ourselves, and there was no ring in... Wait a moment. There was a baby turkey in the flock, too small to kill. He's here in the back room. Maybe he swallowed the ring.
Oh, that cute little baby. Oh, that baby couldn't be a juvenile delinquent. I'm sure he didn't swallow the ring. Oh. Sounds like I was wrong.
Shall we kill him and recover the ring?
Oh, no. He's just a baby, and an orphan, too. You've already killed his mother and father and all his aunts and uncles. Oh, don't you worry, little turkey. Gracie will protect you. I'll take him home with me.
But, Mrs. Burns, that turkey has a $1,000 ring inside of him. How will you get it?
Well, I'll think of something. Come on, you little sport knocks with feathers.
The hills of home, friendly American hills that today embrace a grateful nation, offering thanks for bountiful crops and rich harvests. Yes, on this most traditional of all American holidays, happy families are gathered at home, celebrating this Thanksgiving in feasting and good cheer, enjoying the warm fellowship and generous hospitality that make this day one of the favorite holidays of the year. And the folks who make Maxwell House Coffee are happy indeed that their coffee, America's favorite brand, is such a familiar part of this Thanksgiving tradition. And they earnestly hope that their unceasing efforts to bring you the very best in rich, satisfying coffee-drinking goodness will continue to add to your enjoyment of Thanksgiving and every day in the year.
I told you not to touch that ring. Now it's inside this silly turkey.
Oh, please, George. He didn't know what he was doing. He's just a baby, an orphan.
Orphan schmorphin. Gonna chop his head off, cut him open, and take him apart.
But, George, he might not recover from a thing like that.
So he doesn't recover. Now give him here.
No, now wait. George, we're not absolutely positive he swallowed the ring. Let's make sure before we do anything.
How?
Well, let's take him to a doctor and have him x-rayed.
I'm not going to a doctor's office just to have a turkey x-rayed.
Well, all right. While we're there, he can take out your appendix.
Now give me the turkey.
No, George, no. You may be hurting an innocent baby. We'll take him to the doctor and have him x-rayed.
Oh, no, we won't.
Oh, yes, we will.
Oh, no, we won't.
Here's the doctor's office, George. You stay in here in the waiting room with the turkey. I'll go see if the doctor's busy.
Make it snappy. Oh, quiet.
Come in.
Are you the doctor?
Yes, I'm sorry my receptionist isn't here today, but I always come to the office on Thanksgiving. Do a tremendous bicarbonate business.
Well, I want you to take an x-ray.
Very well. Step behind that screen and remove your clothes, please.
All right, doctor, but can I peek over the screen while you x-ray the patient?
You're not the patient?
Oh, no. My husband has him outside. We think he swallowed a ring.
Oh, a baby.
Yes. He's only about 2 weeks old.
Is he in any pain?
Oh, Oh, no, he's very lively. On the way here, he jumped out of the car, and my husband chased him for a block.
And he's only 2 weeks old?
Mm-hmm. But very agile. We finally caught him on top of the mailbox.
This promises to be a remarkable case. How did he happen to swallow this ring?
Well, the ring fell on the ground, and I think he ate it by mistake when he snapped at a grasshopper.
You allow him to eat grasshoppers? What kind of a mother are you?
Oh, I'm not his mother. He's an orphan. His mother and father were killed by the Salvation Army.
I'm a bit confused. Suppose you just bring the patient in.
All right. I hope you can take the X-ray through his feathers.
The baby has feathers?
Well, certainly all turkeys do.
The patient is a turkey?
Yes. Now, I'll bring him in for X-ray.
Madam, I am not a veterinarian.
Well, who cares if you eat meat? Just X-ray the
I'll make a bargain with you. I'll X-ray your turkey if you'll will your brain to medical science.
All right. If you can't get Einstein. Imagine you thinking the turkey was a baby.
Yeah. Well, I guess I should have realized that a 2-week-old baby wouldn't snap at grasshoppers.
Well, of course not. My brother Willie didn't start until he was a grown man.
For this, I opened my office.
Oh, all right, George. Bring the turkey in.
There he is, Doctor. Gosh, I feel silly. You must think I'm the world's prize idiot.
No, there's already been a winner.
Now, quiet, baby. You're going to be X-rayed to see if you swallow the ring.
I'll just put him behind the fluoroscope here.
Oh, my goodness. I don't see the ring, but he certainly has swallowed a lot of bones.
You are looking at his skeleton. Wait, I see it. The ring is in his esophagus.
Oh, now, Doctor, I'm over 21. You can say stomach in front of me.
It's not in the bird's stomach. It's lodged halfway down its throat.
Can we get it without killing him?
Not unless he coughs it up. And turkeys rarely cough.
Then I'll have to kill him. Come on, Gracie.
Oh, no, George, please. Give him a chance.
But suppose he never coughs up the ring. I'll have to cough up $1,000.
Oh, I thought you kept your money in the bank.
Come on.
Well, come on, George. Blow some more smoke in the turkey's face. It'll make him cough.
This is silly.
Well, try once more. A great big puff. There he coughs.
He didn't cough. I coughed.
Well, why? You didn't swallow the ring.
I swallowed some smoke.
Oh. Well, we don't need that. You can keep it.
Well, thanks. Come in.
Well, hi, Burnses. What's doing?
Oh, hello, Bill. George is blowing smoke at the turkey.
George, you have to kill it before you smoke it.
I'm not smoking the turkey.
Now, he's smoking a cigar.
I'm trying to get a wedding ring out of this turkey.
Well, George, I don't think you two will be happy together.
Bill.
But if you do make a go of it, I hope your kids look like the turkey.
If you'll be quiet a minute, I'll explain this thing.
Okay.
It's a fascinating story. You see, there's a big wedding tomorrow, and I've been picked as the best man.
Well, right away, it's fascinating.
Relax, Scott. Bob Webster is getting married, and he gave me a wedding ring to keep for him.
Bob Webster, huh? Who's he marrying?
Marrying Carol.
Oh, George, you still haven't got it straight. He's marrying that Irish girl.
Oh, quiet.
I thought it was so nuts.
Well, anyway, Bill, the ring cost $1,000. Gracie dropped it, and this turkey swallowed it.
And now George wants to kill the little defenseless turkey. How can we stop him, Bill?
Well, that's easy. Give the poor, miserable little creature a cup of Maxwell House coffee.
The turkey?
No, George. The rich, mellow, good-to-the-last-drop flavor of Maxwell House will put him in such a happy mood that he won't want to kill the turkey. Then he'll go out into the world with a smile on his handsome face, and you'll be proud to be seen with him.
George.
No, the turkey. Oh, you'll be proud of George, too, because the roaster fresh goodness of Maxwell House will warm his heart and keep him from harming that innocent bird. Then your little pet can waddle around the house, and you can feed him and care for him all his life.
The turkey.
No, George. Just see that he gets plenty of Maxwell House coffee. It's America's favorite, a blend of superb Latin American coffees radiantly roasted to flavor perfection. And I know he'll be glad to hear me say that.
George?
No, the sponsor.
The switch.
Yes.
I see. Well, I've heard enough of this. I want that ring, and it's just too bad for this turkey. I'm going to take the axe and let him have it.
Oh, don't let him have it, George. He'll beat your brains out.
I'm going out and sharpen the axe, and if that turkey hasn't coughed up that ring in 30 minutes, he's through.
Oh, I wish I had never seen Molly O'Quiet's wedding ring.
Gracie, her name is Marion Carroll, and she's a very sweet girl. I know her.
You mean she's tender-hearted?
Oh, yeah. She cried like a baby when she found out she couldn't marry me.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, then I think I can save this turkey. Call her and get her over here right away. So that's the situation, Marion. Your ring is inside this darling little turkey, and I know you wouldn't want him killed.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Burns, but I've got to have my wedding ring.
Well, you can have it, but the turkey goes with it.
Well, suppose people want to see the ring.
Show them an X-ray.
But I can't get married without a ring.
Oh, sure you can. Just change the ceremony a little bit. The groom says, with this turkey I thee wed.
Now, look, I've got to have my wedding ring. I can't go on a honeymoon without it.
So the turkey goes with you. He'll make a wonderful chaperone.
Well, now, why would I need a chaperone on my honeymoon?
Well, husbands get awfully fresh. George even tried to kiss me.
Oh, Mrs. Burns, I'd be embarrassed taking a turkey on my honeymoon.
Well, then wrap it up in a blanket and say it's your baby.
I don't believe that would save embarrassment.
Well, don't forget the turkey might cough up the ring.
Well, what would make a turkey cough?
Well, now look, get this picture. The three of you are on your honeymoon. The turkey has been out for a walk, and he comes back unexpectedly and catches you and your husband holding hands. Naturally, he wants to let you know he's there, so he gives a little cough. Bingo, out pops the ring.
Mrs. Burns, I've heard enough.
Oh, really convinced you, huh?
No. I'm being married in a few hours, and I want my ring, turkey or no turkey.
Well, look, Marion, I'll make a bargain with you. Spare this turkey's life, and I'll see that you get the thrill supreme at your wedding.
What's that?
My husband will sing. His romantic voice is perfect for a wedding.
But
when George sings, people think they're at a wedding whether they are or not. The minute he opens his mouth, they start throwing old shoes.
Oh, no. Really, Mrs. Burns.
Well, Gracie, time's up. I've come for the turkey.
Hello, Mr. Burns.
Oh, hello, Marion.
George, Marion wants you to sing at her wedding. Give her a sample of your orange blossom baritone.
Oh, but Mr. Burns,
Now, Marion, I'll be glad to do it. Get a load of this. I love you truly, truly, dear. Life with its sorrow. Life with its tears.
The turkey is choking. Oh, look, he coughed up my wedding ring.
Oh, how wonderful.
I'll take it with me just for the sake. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns.
Goodbye, Marion. Well, George, she's gone.
Oh, do I get the job?
Yes, dear. Anytime a turkey swallows a wedding ring, we'll call on you.
Well, I'm a success.
Good night. Happy Thanksgiving.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.